Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to find their story, formulate, construct, piece together their story, now know, now understand what we as a baby couldn't back then. One way of referring to this story building is perhaps we can say build the Jane mind, the Jane mind. So I'm borrowing this idea from the film, the classic film, The Three Faces of Eve. Now, when that lady was Jane after therapy, she had a conscious, reasonable adult mind called the Jane mind. And then the previous minds that she was coming by, okay, based on severe trauma, Eve white, Eve black. Okay, that Eve white, Eve black, that's code for psychological splitting, either or, oppositional thinking, adversarial thinking, either or, black or white, Eve white, Eve black. So when the daughter said to her mother, "Gee, mother, I really like it when you're Jane. I love it when you're Jane. I can relax, be myself. I can feel alive and real. I can explore and be curious and know myself and develop and grow in your presence. I can be who I'm meant to be in your presence. I really love it when you're Jane. Dear mother, please be Jane." And the daughter said, "Mother, when you're Eve White, you're really depressing. Um, I don't like. I feel depressed. And when you're Eve Black, you scare me. You're very dangerous. Mother, please be Jane." Okay, so that character, the three faces of Eve, okay, one of her personalities was called Jane. Okay, that's the healthy one, the normal one, the healthy one. Post therapy, Jane appeared. But prior to therapy, she was very traumatized, and she was coming from Eve White or Eve Black kind of thing. Now that film points out that either or thinking, Eve White or Eve Black, is dysfunctional. It's in the past. Because it's in the past and it's repressed and it's unknown, the image is under the water. The ocean, okay, is a metaphor in myths and fairy tales for the unconscious. Okay, so you want to build the Jane mind that floats on the water. So Robert Bly thinks that's what Noah was doing when he built the ark. He built like this basket that can float on the water, a container, a boat that can float on the water. That means you're above the unconscious. You're conscious. You're in the air, the light of consciousness. You're in the air. So you need that Jane mind that floats on the water, and then that's the normal state. Now you're in the present. That's why she's Jane. And then Eve White and Eve Black dissolved away, poofed away, psychosis dissolved away. Okay, it's not part of the person anymore, really. Okay, so we want to build this Jane mind by addressing either or thinking, adversarial thinking, jungle slogan thinking, prejudicial thinking, okay, my greed or your greed thinking, this kind of survival mentality thinking. Okay, that's a sign of trauma. Okay, when the baby's traumatized, okay, he splits the concept of the mother into goddess and demon as a coping strategy to deal with the pain. Thinks the mother's a monster and says to himself, "Nope, that's not my mother." Hallucinates the goddess. "Oh, there she is." The baby's ingenious to do these little tricks to try to survive like this. Now, he can't fully know the truth and accept the truth that the mother's hurting him, using him, gaslighting him, double binding him, okay, misatune, malotune, using the baby. Some mothers use the baby in the sense that the mother is trying to discover for herself that she had been shamed by her mother, but she forgot, she doesn't remember. So in her attempt to remember that she had been shamed, she's going to shame her own baby in her ongoing attempt to remember that she had been shamed. So she's using the baby towards this end. Meanwhile, the baby's not getting his needs met. Okay, some mothers have an attitude of protest against their mothers, where they want to show up the mother. So they demonstrate. Okay, remember, if you don't remember, you repeat. If you can put words and formulate and story, construct, then you stop repeating. If you can remember, you stop repeating. If you don't remember, you keep repeating. So the mother, like, um, in relation to how she felt by being traumatized, she may protest against the mother, to show up the mother, to expose the mother. So in effect, some mothers want to say to the world, kind of thing, look at what my mother did to me. Watch this, world. I'm going to cast my own baby into the role of me back then in the nursery. I'm going to pretend the baby's me. I play the shaming mother. So look at that, world. I was crying for love just like my baby was crying for love. I'm going to be the no mother. So watch this, world. I'm going to shame my own baby to show you that that's what happened to me. This is my way to protest, to show up the mother, expose the mother, reveal the mother. Okay, she's not this nice, you think she's so amazing, right? Mothers know best. No, she betrayed me. She gave me betrayal trauma. So some women want to really expose the mother by treating her own baby um, okay, in the way she had been treated, as if to say, world, where did I learn this behavior? Where did I learn to gaslight my baby, betray the baby, shame my baby, reject my baby, use my baby, thingify my baby, expect my baby to take care of me and I can't take care of her? Where did I learn all this stuff? Well, come on, world. My mother taught me this, right? And I've become her. And then due to trauma, we repeat. So I'm going to cast my role into evocation of a proxy. Baby, you play me, I play the shaming mother. You cry for love on my behalf, because repetition compulsion, I cry for love. Okay, infinite loop, no time in that brain. So baby, you cry for love. Okay, so the present's still the past, or you transfer the past to the present, or the present's called the presenting past. Due to the compulsion to repeat, we transfer the past to the present. The present's a new addition to the past, so you're still living in the past, basically. Yes, materially, you understand the present's the present. She doesn't appear psychotic, but her non-psychotic appearance and understanding that she can pay the bills, drive the car, she can function. But in terms of her feeling, in terms of her true motivation, in terms of her grand design or covert grand design, in terms of her unmet needs, in terms of what she's looking for, in terms of her anger, in terms of this rage with her mother, all this inner life area, that's kind of psychotic, because um, the baby isn't her. The baby isn't her mother. What you doing that for? It's a little bit psychotic. Okay? So the mother says to the baby, "Baby, you're me. I'm the mother." The poor baby might say, "Gee, mother, are you psychotic? I'm not. I'm not you. Decades before, I'm me in the present. I'm not you back then. What are you talking about, baby? You're me back then. I'm the shaming mother. No, mother, I'm not you back then. I'm me in the present. I'm not you back then." Mother doesn't register it because she's psychotic, right? Now she's not aware that she's psychotic, because the cortex, the neocortex, can give her rationalizations, excuses, flimflammery, duplicity, self-excuses, justifications, fancy lies, okay, to make her unaware that she's being kind of psychotic. But she can function in a non-psychotic way on the surface to hide that she's being psychotic, a secret psychotic, they call it. Um, so the poor baby's trying his best. No, mother, I'm not you back then. What are you talking about? Mother knows best. Everybody knows that. Everybody says mother knows best. Turn on the TV. Mother knows best. Mother's Day. Everybody's brainwashed. Mother knows best. So she already has like a socially sanctioned approval that she can get away with this. What's the poor baby going to do here? No, baby. Don't sorry. No, mother. I'm not you back then. She can't know it. She can't admit it, because she's got this compulsion to cry for love and be rejected. So she makes the baby play her crying for love, and she becomes the shaming mother, because what that mother did originally when she was traumatized, because of the intensity of the pain, okay, of being gaslit and double binding experience. A mother hurts the baby, and the baby wants to go to the mother for soothing, but the mother's hurting him. And the baby's got to go to the one who's hurting him. Now he's got to libidinalize this pain. Okay, play Pat Benatar. Love and pain are the same. Now he's got to think that the pain is love. What a troublesome phenomenon. I might have to move my chair in a minute here. Why don't I? Let me do that now here. So, give me a minute to. I gotta keep moving my chair as the sun crosses over. Give me like 2 minutes to reset the chair up here. In the meantime, let's maybe I can play a song here. Hold on a second. See if can we get Jane back on here? It's not too much shade in the park here. Um, this is like the one little spot that I can kind of use, I guess. Okay, we'll bring the music back up later. So we're trying to build the Jane mind. We still have it. Okay, we're trying to build the Jane mind. We're trying to build the ego, restore the ego. We're trying to build a mind that holds the opposites. It's both and, the both and mind, the Jane mind. For a discussion on this song, check out yesterday's video. I try to discuss the song a little bit. Um, Actually, maybe one added thing. Um, so first of all, this song is not related to the Jane Mind. I'm just borrowing the song for its title. An extremely popular and very famous song. It was on the radio on constant rotation. Um, so I'm sure most people have heard it. Um, but um, it's just an experiment to see if it sticks, kind of thing. We want to build a Jane mind, i.e., um, how we see um, that woman in the film, The Three Faces of Eve, at the conclusion of the film, when she now becomes Jane, healthy, reasonable. Um, she had a better relationship. Um, she got child was happy. She rode off into the sunset as a mature, healthy, confident adult, as Jane. But prior to Jane, Jane wasn't there. In the Three Faces of Eve film, Jane wasn't there. It was just Eve White and Eve Black. And so there was just those two. And that's the problem. You don't want to live with just those two. Those are both dysfunctional. Okay, now we can borrow Alan Golem's theory. Um, so when the child's traumatized, he ends up with two constructs: frozen child, freezing parent, kind of like the either or. Okay. So the freezing parent one is the crossover called identification with the aggressor, the Faustian deal, the Faustian pact, the Faustian bargain, the Faust complex. Okay. So if the child's very traumatized, he becomes the mother. Has mother's power, he'll be the active one who says no, but he says no to himself. So he's hurting his soul, selling his soul, shaming his soul. Okay. So he is the frozen child underneath, but it's too painful to know it. So because the baby and the mother are one, it's fused, so it flips over. He crosses over to the mother side. Now his self side, he doesn't want to feel that he's shaming himself, hating himself, but he's got the agency. He's got mother's power to hate himself. That's the Faustian deal. He's got mother's power. He's going to hate himself. So he needs to find proxies to make him unaware of it. So he needs someone else to shame and hate to make him unaware that he hates and shames himself. Yeah, that's the Faustian deal like that. So he finds proxies to hold the soul, which he's going to shame and reject, to make unaware that he's treating himself the way his mother treated him in the Faustian deal. Okay. So that's the freezing parent one when they cross over. Okay. Now, if the child is maybe traumatized post 18 months, one theory, he doesn't cross over. He maintains the frozen child one. So these are the stingers and the clingers, basically. So the clingers, okay, post 18 months, the frozen child one, okay, the Jane Eve one, they're guilty, they're no good, they're depressed, their fault, they're always wrong. Kind of like anxiety in Inside Out 2 film. What's wrong with me? I'm always wrong. I'm always guilty. It's my fault. What's wrong with me? Always blaming themselves, thinking it's their fault all the time, putting all the responsibility onto themselves. So that's like the frozen child one. Okay. So they're the clingers and the pleasers like that. They're childlike, they're too trusting, they recreate the pain, they're loyal to the pain because pain is mother, they got a mother, so love and pain are the same, Pat Benatar again, and they never got mother's love to leave mother, so they're loyal to her, waiting for mother to love the baby on the condition that first the baby can save the mother, but the baby cannot save the mother, cure the mother, so he's waiting infinitely. But he always has this hope that maybe one day I'll find a way to save the mother and she'll love him in return, invent the time machine and correct him. Doesn't make sense. So he still has this relentless, unreal hope that that the baby believed this quote big lie, where the mother said to the baby, in effect, baby, if you save me, I'll love you. Okay, mother, I'll try to save you. That's a big lie, because no baby can save that. It's a setup for failure. The baby cannot save the mother, but the baby believes it, and the mother did it because the mother was looking for narcissistic supply. She wanted to be fed by the baby. She wanted mirroring by the baby. Okay, that's the queen in Snow White. The queen is trapped in the mirror, looking into her mirror. Mirror, mirror, who's the best and all? Who's the center? Who's the fairest? Who's the best? Who's the center? Who's it all about? Okay, so the queen mother in Snow White is trapped in the mirror like that. Now notice the daughter, Snow White. The daughter needs mirroring by the mother, but there is no mirroring for the daughter, um, uh, because the mother's trapped in her mirror of the trauma with her mother. She's not emotionally available to mirror her child. So Snow White um, It cannot be seen and accepted. But the daughter needs mother's love. The mother resents this. She resents the idea that she's supposed to give when she never received. Okay, now, the mother originally had goodness. When she crossed over, that's the envy breast. Now, to have a mother, she's got to hate goodness. Okay, so now when daughter comes on, that's goodness. She's got to hate her daughter because that's goodness. So that's why she wanted to remove the source of envious feelings and not see goodness. That's the only way to stay trapped in the mirror. Fairest of them all. The only way to stay trapped in the mirror. That's why she's always attacking the image like that. Okay, we'll get to Snow White in a minute. So what we're trying to do is explore these. There's no perfect answer here. We're kind of exploring here. Um, do we have a? Oh, I don't have it here yet. Okay. Recently, we played Soul Searching by Glenn Fry. That's what we're trying to do here. Recently, we played Constant Tourist by the band Lunik because with trauma, we feel alienated from ourselves. You know, we feel like a constant tourist to ourselves. So we want to find ourselves, get ourselves back to ourselves, get our soul back into the body and feel at home with Him. Otherwise, we feel like a constant tourist to ourselves. Should we play that one, Constant Tourist? I did it again. I'll happen again. Forehead is set. Look but don't touch. Taste but don't swallow. My heart has been your playground. You never ask. You never apologize. I was standing outside powerless, watching you fade away. You've always been out of reach. By your side, I always felt stuck in a waiting room. Did never catch the train to Loverland. I was running without leaving. I canceled your as I have been in your world. So when we get to Snow White, let's talk about this. The line in the lyric there. There was no train to Loverland. Okay, there was the connection wasn't there. Yeah, the mother didn't want to be connected to the child. She couldn't be connected to the child. She betrayed the child because she was betrayed, and the only way for the mother to feel safe is to betray the child because she was betrayed, and she becomes the betrayer, the envier, kind of thing. So we coming up soon. We'll be doing a 4-video special run on quotes or interpretation of Snow White, and I just completed sort of like a preview of it in the past week, kind of thing. So. Maybe I'll do another like partial preview of it in this video because today's batch of it's a light batch of quotes for today. So we'll be doing 2957 today. It's a fairly light load, just a few on repetition, compulsion. Um, yeah, okay, and one about self-defeating behavior, one from Eric Berne, and then that's pretty much it. Yeah, yesterday's batch wasn't bad. That was not a little. That was not a. Honestly speaking, the quotes are quite strong. They're clear, impactful quotes, with the hope being, with the odds being that 1 out of 10 will be a hit. Like on a CD, you hope there's a hit song, right? Like in the Twilight Zone, if there's 10 episodes, one is excellent in my perspective. So we'll get to the Twilight Zone. Okay, the Train to Loverland. Okay, so back to the other song. One of them, so in the Jane song, um, what did she say again? The cow with the cat and mouse. Okay, first of all, it's just a typical unrequited love song. The woman has a pattern of hooking men in and then abandoning them. because that's what happened to her, and she doesn't remember. So she has the compulsion to repeat what happened to her. So Jane um, was had a hope with the mother, but the mother abandoned her. Okay. This might be at birth when the cords are removed, the placenta is removed, because that's the bridge to the mother. Where's the mother? Abandoned. So if you had a great hope, abandoned. So she hooks the fellow in and dumps him. Okay, and then this might be a pattern. Okay, where okay, Emily Dickinson, a great hope fell, you heard no noise, the wreckage was within, oh cunning tale that let no witness him. So if Jane in the rock song, okay, as a baby, the protagonist, if she was a baby and she thought she had a connection, she believed that mother was going to be there, and where's mother? Poof, gone, abandoned. So she makes the Faustian deal. She doesn't want to feel that anymore. If anybody's going to do the abandoning, it'll be her, even if it's towards herself. She's got to have some way to minimize the anxiety, minimize the pain, get some Pyrrhic revenge, Talionic revenge, some kind of. That's the idea. The baby doesn't want to just be constantly passive. He wants to be the active one, to manage it, to be the mother, to anticipate the mother, because he is the mother. So he's not a victim of the mother. If he acts like the mother, he knows what's going on because he's going to be the mother. Now he's got something to do like that. So, but the deal is he's got to shame himself to have the mother. But at least he knows what's going on, and he's going to be the active one. So he's kind of prepared, so to speak. So what he's going to do is um, and go through life finding proxies of his soul to abandon them. So she'll find the fellow in the song, allure him and abandon him. So she's addicted, she's gleeful, she's excited because she's got this neurotic pride. She's got the compulsion to repeat, and the problem with this is that when you repeat the past to the present, it doesn't change the past. And the problem with the Faustian deal, it's an addiction, because the baby and the mother are one. It's a blissful feeling. Okay, so she maintains the fusion because she shames herself. That's the oneness. She's in the tarpit of the fusion with the mother, but she's the active fusion. So when she dumps her soul, even though she sees her soul into the proxy, the scapegoat, she still represses the pain of her soul like this. But the fusion is still there. But the blissful oneness is still there. So now she's addicted to dumping fellows. So this woman, Jane, she might be like a femme fatale kind of person, right? She lures men in and dumps them, lures them in, dumps them. Okay, so she's repeating what happened to her. She was lured in by the mother and dumped. She was lured in and dumped. Okay, she becomes the dumper, allures men in, standing in for her, and dumps them. So she might be doing this again and again in a repetition compulsion. Now the fellow, why is the guy falling for this? Like, why is the guy attracted to this? Well, he's trying to know that that's what his mother did to him. So he's the clinger. He has the hope that if he finds a copy of his mother, and if he fixes her, if he fixes Jane, he can fix his mother. So he's going to try to fix Jane, have the great hope. All of his investment, all of his energy was to please Jane, save Jane, make her happy, do what she wants, placate her, cajole her, please her, fix her, heal her, cure her, devote himself to her, thinking that if he can save Jane, he can save the mother in the past. Nonsense. This doesn't make sense. Jane isn't the mother, but that's the unconscious hope. He wants to save the mother. Remember the big lie the mother said? So he still has that hope to save the mother. So finds a copy of the mother, tries to save them, thinking he can save the mother. Big lie. So he's drawn to Jane because she reminds him of the dumping mother. So he's attracted to Jane with the hope to save her. Okay. Now, when Jane dumps him, that's for the fellow to know that her mother had dumped him. So one of the positive intentions of all this dysfunctional behavior is to know the past, to get your story. We don't remember, so we repeat, reenact to know the past, then we stop repeating. So this fellow, okay, let's say he has a habit of doing this. That's like a pattern for him. He's drawn to women who will dump him, and he's attracted to these women who will dump him. That's for him to know his mother dumped him or abandoned him like this. So he's playing kind of like the passive, the frozen child side. Now the Jane, it's more disturbed and perverse with her because she's addicted to shaming. She's got Schadenfreude. Okay, she's got Schadenfreude, and the fellow might have Freudenfreude. The fellow might have, he's got some gratitude, some hope, some quote unquote more in the human side of being human because he didn't make the Faustian complex. He doesn't have the Faust complex. So he's still himself basically, but he's childlike and foolish and feels guilty and all the time. Now the Jane one crosses over. Okay, so it's more complicated with her. Okay, she's addicted to shaming her own soul, which she sees into the proxy to be one with the mother. She's married to mother. She's married to mom. She has psychological, quote unquote, psychological incest with her mother. It's a disturbed, perverse, sick illness. That's why the humor is so sick, called Schadenfreude. It's perverse stuff, right? So this woman is like a dangerous woman because she gets pleasure hurting the men because she's getting the talionic feeling, the talionic feeling, um, like this. She's trying to show up the mother. Um, she's vindictive and filled with ennui and envy and hate and spite and vindictiveness and grievance collecting, injustice collecting, again and again and again. She's going to dump innocent people because she was dumped. No matter how many times she dumps the fellows, okay, it doesn't heal what happened to her. Okay, it doesn't signal some message to the memory of her mother in the mind. Look, mother, look what you did to me. Look, memory, go look, ghost in my mind. Invent a time machine. Take us back to the past and change it. But that's what she hopes to do. She still has the big lie. This Jane believes the big lie that if she shames these fellows the way her mother has shamed her, that's her kind of ongoing way to be loyal to the mother, thinking if she's loyal to the mother, that she's doing her part to see if she can save the mother by mirroring her, because the mother wasn't seen and mirrored. So Jane dumping the fellows is her attempt to mirror her mother. Mother, are you happy? Do you feel seen? I'm doing just what you did. You dumped me, I dump others. Do you feel seen? Do you feel mirrored? Did you get your supply? Will you be healed? Will you, if you're now healed, will you provide the love that I need in return? Doesn't make sense because there are no time machines. You can't change that time. It's a one-way ticket. So all of this dysfunction is loyalty to the past, loyalty to the mother, believing the big lie, whitewashing mother's crime, whitewashing mother's lovelessness. You're whitewashing mother's lovelessness, okay? Because you still have the unreal hope, because you still believe the lie, and that's the issue. Okay? So a byproduct of this is when people believe, okay, embedded in this phenomenon is a psychic splitting, either or. So splitting precludes healing, splitting precludes differentiation, splitting precludes mourning, beingness, getting your soul back. So when you engage in this kind of prejudice like this, that's perpetuating the splitting mind, the either or. Okay? That means you're loyal to the mother. Prejudicial thinking, scapegoating thinking, blaming, that's loyalty to the mother who traumatized you, and you're protecting her. You're covering up for her. So that means you're loyal to her, and you don't want to know the truth that she shamed you. See, if you don't, okay, play that famous clip. You can't stand the truth. Huh? So people with prejudice can't stand the truth that their mother shamed them, hurt them. They don't want to know the truth. You can't handle the truth. Right? So people with prejudice can't handle the truth that their mother failed them and betrayed them and shamed them, and they use splitting. And when you use splitting, that leads to projection and jungle slogan thinking. Okay, that means you can't handle the truth that your mother hurt you, and you protect your mother when you perpetuate the splitting thinking, because that perpetuates the premise and the bond to the mother who caused that. And you're loyal to the symptom of the trauma, and either or is a symptom of the trauma. So you're loyal to the symptom of the trauma. That means you're loyal to the mother who traumatized you, because you can't play the clip. You can't handle the truth. First time we mentioned that one. I forgot about that one. How are we doing here? Oh, son of a gun. Okay. See, I'm using my old phone to see if I can use it as a speaker. That's kind of died on me, but is that it already? You gotta be kidding. What happened? Oh, Jesus. What happened? Yes, I had problems yesterday with my music player. I was hoping to keep on playing constant tours. Oh no, sorry about the Jane. Yeah, I want to add something about that Jane. Oh, so we're still talking about the Jane song. So in the song, I mean the rock song Jane. Um, okay, so so the fellow is finding copies of the mother who dumped him, so he can know that the mother dumped him. So when he's upset and in denial and grieving, come on, what are you doing? I don't believe this. You can't be doing this. This can't be true. Jane, you're not dumping me. Really? You're dumping me? I can't believe this. No, this is a lie. You're playing a game. Come on. You're playing cat and mouse. You want me to prove? Oh, don't play this game. Don't dump me. You're not dumping me. Are you really dumping me? Jane, no, 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 Jane, don't dump me. Get that kind of distress. That's for him to know that he felt distressed when his mother dumped him or abandoned him, sorry. Um, Now, Jane is gleeful. She's got this perverse pleasure called Schadenfreude. She loves it. She's getting revenge, right? This is the talionic issue. She's getting back at her mother. Every time she dumps the fellow, she's getting back at her mother because she's showing up the mother. That's the revenge of the mother called the talionic feeling, the talionic impulse. Okay, if the talionic feeling is linked to the Faustian deal, the crossover like that, and it's timeless like that. So, and it's infinite like that. So every time she dumps a fellow, she gets a perverse glee. She's dancing, she's gleeful, she's drunk, she's giddy. She has no feeling or empathy for the fellow. You got to be kidding me. She's too addicted to the bliss of being the mother. Okay, you know, shaming her soul. Okay, and projecting her soul onto the fellow and shaming the fellow. Okay, that means she's the mother. Now, when she's the mother, she's one with the mother, embedded in the feeling of the psychological fusion, the psychological incest. Yikes, psychic incest. Jesus Christ. In, okay, in other words, okay, let's scrap that idea. Um, I just came across it the other day. So when the baby's one with the mother, in a natural state, when the baby's one with the mother, oceanic feeling, oceanic bliss, unio mystica, participation mystique. It's a blissful feeling. One guy calls it oceanic ecstasy. Oh, when people sometimes people just sort of pause in front of me or something, checking me out or something. Let's see if we get the music back. Jesus. Son of a gun. It's happened again. It does this kind of stop starts. It just does this automatic stops. It tries to reboot, then it cancels, then it tries to re. Oh Jesus! I thought we fixed it. Looks like we're not gonna be able to play music anymore with this phone here. What a pity. What a pity. Son of a gun. A son of a gun. Oh, that means I can't bring up the quotes, the Snow White quotes. Oh my God, all the quotes are on the phone now. The printer's closed. A son of a gun. I had this problem yesterday. All my quotes, since the printer's closed, I've been putting the quotes on the phone, but the phone is keeps dying on me. Ah, son of a gun. Yesterday's video wasn't too bad, except for this lengthy tech issue that I was dealing with. Is there any way I can? I'm trying to figure out if there's any way I can still save it. It keeps thumping, like it keeps turning on, shuts off, turns on, shuts off, like that. I hear this little, um, like a frog inside jumping or something. It's something bumping inside, and it shuts down again. It keeps trying to start, but it shuts down. Um, let me unplug it and reset it. That's gonna help. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Let's try again later. It was so nice having a music player. Oh my God, it was so much fun bringing the music back in. Okay, I gotta work on this issue again. Maybe it's a chord problem. Maybe the chord is whacked or something. The train to battery land. My phone doesn't have a train to battery land. Loverland. No, it's out. Okay, okay. Okay, let's finish up with the rock song for a minute. I discussed it yesterday a fair bit, and I added a little bit here just now. So the added point I want to do here now is in the one of the lyrics in there is she talks while the fellow, we don't know his name, is pleading, no, don't dump me, Jane, don't leave me, Jane. Um, I had this hope like that. It can't be true. No, no. Maybe you're just playing a cat and mouse with me. Is that it? Are you testing me? No, don't play cat and mouse. And that reminded me. Okay, we've been talking about the Twilight Zone episode for the past 2 months, and one of the episodes is called Cat and Mouse. I forgot about it yesterday. Cat and Mouse, and it is about the Don Juan syndrome, the Don Quixote syndrome. Now, we can say she's sort of a Don Juan. Let's call her Donna. The female Don Juan is called Donna Juana. So let's say Jane in the song is a Donna Juana. Okay, so let's go to the Twilight Zone episode. It's about Don Juan. Um, and the Don Juan needs to dump um, the ladies because he was dumped and he's married to mom and he can't love anybody because that would be disloyal to his mother. But he is the mother. He can't be disloyal to himself, kind of thing, because he's the mother. He can't be disloyal to the mother because he and the mother are one. He's got this. He's got that fusion with the mother. So he only loves his mother. Put it that way. So, but he wants the compulsion um, to repeat and cry for love. So he finds nice innocent ladies or something. Um, he found some like office clerk, some lonely, homely office clerk or something, allured her, and then dumped her. You see, and he did it again and again and again. And the Twilight Zone presented him as him being around for 6,000 years or 10,000 years or something. So that's the image of it. It's been going on for a long time, this phenomenon. Like yesterday's topic, Requiem for Methuselah. Okay, so the music, the sad music of the loss of our soul for the past 6,000 years, because that episode was about a 6,000-year-old man and the sadness of how he was still looking for a mother, and the Kirk guy was looking for a mother, and they were fighting for a mother, the eternal love triangle, because we didn't get the once to the mother, we're still looking for it, and that's the famous eternal triangle, because you didn't get love with the mother to separate from the mother to connect to the father and go through developmental process. If there's a problem with the mother, you transfer that problem with the mother onto the father. The father can't do what the mother should have done, hence the mess of the eternal triangle. Baby, mother, father triangle. It's a mess like this. That's what Mr. Freud's most famous for. There's a problem here that the child can't go through a normal development if he's stuck with this triangle issue. Okay, he's not meant to be stuck in this looping triangle issue, the unresolved problem, battle with the mother, transfer to the father. He can't do it. Okay, and then this problem transfers down the line until he's an old man, and he's a bitter curmudgeon, angry all the time because there's inability to mourn. So there's a snowballing effect, a kindling effect. He becomes a stitter, grumpy, grinchy, cynical, sarcastic, bitter, grouch, those kind of characters, because they couldn't mourn, because they didn't resolve and get out of the first love triangle. They didn't get out of it. They were stuck in it, and they just transferred it. The present is always the past. They transfer the past to the present. Even the guy in the nursing home, he's still back in the nursery. He's still right? Eternal triangle like that. So so back to the Twilight Zone cat and mouse. He was kind of openly kind of communicating that. Look, lady, I'm not going to love any girl. I can only love my mother. I'm her. Um, there's no way I can't betray my mother. I can't be disloyal to her. I can't separate from her. I am her. Now, since I am her, and that's a trauma, okay, to prove my loyalty to her, I got to treat you the way she treated me. Okay, so she allured me and dumped me. I'm going to lure you, ma'am, and I'm going to dump you. Do you get it? That's the deal. Now, she had this, she was playing like the clinger. No, I'll fix him. I'll save him. I'll cure him. No, it doesn't work like that. No, no, I'm going to fix you. Come on, you can't be that cold and cruel. Oh, yes, I am. That's what mother did to me. No, no, I'll fix you. So sure enough, we see how extremely callous and cold he was. Um, and then she kind of got back at him um, for that. It's funny because the main line in there is Don Juan said to the librarian, "You never learn. You women never learn." Well, he never learns. You see, he never learned about why he is the way he is. So she kind of intervened in a drastic way like that. Um, cat and mouse. So he's the cat, she was the mouse, kind of thing. Cat and mouse. Okay, my current top five. So we're human. A lot of people are celebrating Rod Serling's 100th birthday. If he were alive today, he'd be 100 years old. A lot of people are posting articles about him. His daughters are speaking up a fair bit due to the anniversary. Okay, my vote for the top five Twilight Zone episodes are as follows. Number one, Wong's. Should we do it backwards or from five to one, like a countdown? Okay, let's do it number five. Okay, tied for fifth place. Tied for fifth place are two episodes. Saturday and To See the Invisible Man. They're kind of tied for fifth place. In fourth place, Memphis. The closing narration is The Key to Your Future Lies in the Past, another time travel one. In third place, Take My False Life, Please, about the comedian guy facing shame. So he was hell is a metaphor for shame. He had to face his shame, so they put him to hell because hell is a metaphor for the emotion of shame. Shame is a burning, biting feeling. So in the healing journey, you got to face your shame. So they sent him to the hell. A picture that he's facing his shame. Number three. Number two, Gabe's story. Excellent one. Really, really a great one. That's close to being number one. Um, but I'm gonna have to give number one to drumroll please. Wong's Lost and Found Emporium. I could spend 2 hours on those six episodes just mentioned. Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, Gabe's story, Take My False Light, Please, Memphis, okay, and then Saturday tied with To See the Invisible Man. Now I can go on. We've got about a good dozen strong episodes from the Twilight Zone. Now, by the way, Saturday, the preview of it, the teaser for it, is called Nick of Time. No, no, sorry. A Gabe story. The preview for Gabe story is Nick of Time, and a preview kind of teaser episode for Saturday is um, um, what's it called again? Nervous Man in a $4 Room. Uh, that's like a little intro, like an introductory teaser for those episodes. Now, there's a lot of really strong episodes um, between 6 to 10. I can keep going, but let's just keep it for the five for now. So we talked about Rod Serling a little bit yesterday. Yeah, okay. I've talked a lot about the Twilight Zone. So let's move on here then. Okay, now let's focus on the other song we partially played, Constant Tourist. So the metaphor of trauma is that our beingness is unavailable to us. So we feel alienated from ourselves, estranged from ourselves, because our beingness is our home within, our ontological self, our sense of self, our home within quality, our beingness. You feel real and alive. That's the natural state of affair, the feminine element, the feminine principle, the yin. Okay, the midnight blue, Lou Graham calls it. Okay, your embodiment. Um, you're connected to yourself. You're whole. Like you feel at home. Like you feel whole. You feel good. You feel pleasant. You have your beingness, and when you have your beingness, you have the whole spectrum of the quote unquote human side of being human. Empathy. You can make I statements. You can free associate. You can apologize. You can make amends. You can grow and discover and wonder, and you can see the third side of the coin. You can wonder how people are crying for love in a very coded way. And if we're homotraumicus, we're either loving or crying for love, but when we're crying for love, people cry for love in a very coded way. You got to interpret it like you interpret a dream kind of thing. So you got vertical thinking, three-dimensional thinking. You have the third side of the coin. It's both and thinking. With the beingness, you can do both and thinking. If you don't have the beingness, you don't do both and thinking. With the beingness, joy runs the console. Joy runs the console. Inside Out 1 and 2 films. Joy runs the console. Joy was there at the beginning, got zooped away, came back. That's like the gold, the ball goes down the well, it comes back. Okay, our beingness can be symbolized, okay, with the princess, the feminine element. So like a princess, but she might be in a coma in a glass box like Snow White. Oh geez, so we won't do those quotes again. Son of a gun. Because there are a few more Snow White quotes I wanted to do today. Okay, I really gotta. I think Monday things open up here, and I'll go back to printing. I gotta print them out because um, I'm losing my quotes on the phone like that. Second time in a row. Jesus, it's well worth printing. I can refer to the quotes easily. It's better if I print it out. It's a holiday around here, so that's why it's kind of quiet. Usually there's hundreds of kids running around, and hundreds of joggers doing a circle around the little park here. Constant tourist. Oh yeah, okay. So the beingness, okay, it could be like Rapunzel locked in a tower, so you don't feel your beingness. Your beingness is missing. Now your beingness, the feminine, is trying to come home, but our beingness is our home, but our beingness is away from home, so we're looking for each other. So we're looking for our beingness, and our beingness is looking for us. It's like the two trying to come together. When they come together, that's like a kiss or a marriage, and then you're together again. You're whole, you're complete, you're connected. But if you're disconnected, that's called self-alienation, estranged from yourself. Some people call it depersonalization. You don't feel real anymore. You don't feel like, where are you kind of thing. And the image for that point is Snow White in the glass box. So okay, Snow White in the glass box is a condensation image. There's three things going on, I think, so far. So Snow White is a princess, the personification of our beingness. But look at the condition of her. She's in a coma in a glass box, so we don't feel our beingness because there's a wall there. To boot, she's in a coma in that one part. Part B would be the general feeling that we can see through the glass, so you recognize things, but you can't emotionally touch because there's a glass wall there. But you can see, but you can't touch. So you're visual, but the body's flat. You can't touch because it's flat, glass box. Some people say, I feel like there's a glass wall between us. and that kind of idea. And the third one is that just how every night for 8 hours we retreat in a sleep mode and wake up kind of thing. Well, 20 years of midlife is a kind of like a 20-year sleep. And that's what the Snow White image is. That we're sort of in withdrawn mode, trying to self-reflect, and you can even kind of see yourself in the reflection of the glass. That's a reminder of this. So we engage in self-reflection, know yourself kind of thing. At midlife, we know ourselves, and then after 20 years, we wake up. So, what the midlife phase is for a person's life, okay, the, that's like that's analogous to how every day we sleep for 8 hours and wake up. So, the midlife phase is like the sleep time of one man's life, kind of thing. Like if a person's whole life were one day, that midlife phase would be the sleeping time. And people in midlife, their friends say, "Gee, he's so lazy, he's such a slacker. What's he doing? Why is he reading? Why is he reading books? Or why is he withdrawn? Why is he going into the wilderness? Or what's he doing? Why is he writing down his dreams? Why is he, researching psychoanalysis? Why is he reading Karen Horney?" Uh, Karen Horney is a very compassionate author. Her book called Our Inner Complex has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award, by the way. And yesterday, at the last quote in yesterday's batch, I read out somebody's review of one of her books. Not a bad little quote. She calls this gap between your beingness and your emptiness like a kind of a base, quote unquote, basic anxiety. Like you feel anxious like this. That's our core basic anxiety, the fear of losing our soul. And anxiety means a fear took place, but you don't remember it. But the fear comes to you through visceral sensations known as anxiety. So most anxiety, 90%, the vast majority of anxiety, the fear already occurred, but you're being reminded of it, and the reminder of it's coming to you through the body, called anxiety. Now, yes, there's realistic anxiety of something you don't know in the future, but most anxiety is about what happened in the past. It already occurred, but something in the present reminds you of the past, and it's coming up to you. You're being reminded of the past, but when it's coming to you, it's visceral sensations, sweating, slouching, stuttering, all the little things we do with anxiety. It can be kind of visibly. Um, there's different ways to deal with that anxiety. So we engage in defense mechanisms. Defense mechanisms are defenses against anxiety. So smoking, drinking, etc. So we might feel like a constant tourist to ourselves. So in the song, she said she dated a fellow, but he was narcissistic, and he was aloof to her, but she was drawn to him to know that she was a constant tourist with the mother, that the mother was trapped in the mirror like the wicked queen and couldn't mirror her, and the baby Snow White felt like a constant tourist to his mother, to say the least, right? She was such a constant tourist, she had to escape into the forest. Um, she could never go home, kind of thing, right? Constant tourist. She's a refugee from the love that she seeks, a fugitive from the love that she seeks. Richard Kimball is a fugitive from the justice he seeks, from the classic TV show The Fugitive. Yeah, it's not charging. Look at that. I don't get the dot. I don't get the battery charging on this thing. So for some reason, my battery pack is not charging my phone. Son of a gun. but I can charge the phone if it's direct into the wall. It works, but now it's not working with the battery pack. So what's wrong? This is a pretty solid battery. Why wouldn't this work anymore? Okay, after this video, I'm gonna buy another cord. See if that. Okay, why am I telling you this? Speaking of anxiety, I have anxiety. So my disclaimer once again: I'm not a shrinker professor. Most likely you figured that out. This guy can't be an analyst. He has too much anxiety. I have not been analyzed. Played Joni Mitchell's song "This Flight Tonight," made popular by Dan McCafferty. If I had the funds, I'd be on this flight tonight and do the analytic process, and then report to you my findings, like how Lucy Freeman did in her book called "Fight Against Fears." She was a journalist, went to the Shrinker Man, and she reported what she learned from the Shrinker Man. And that's a great little report of hers. It's in a book called "Fight Against Fears," 1951 book, best-selling book, sold 1 million copies or something overnight. And we have the best quotes from that book, plus some others of hers, beginning with 2822. Her shrink was a guy named John Thurrott. Unfortunately, this guy, her shrink, never wrote any books, no articles. We only know of his existence because of her reporting of him. Otherwise, I never would have heard him. But he said some very helpful things. He's got some really insightful little comments he made. Why didn't my mother love me? Ask yourself this question. Oh my God, why didn't my mother love me? Yikes. Recovery and healing is based on calling a spade a spade. The mother was impaired. She didn't have the beingness to love, the sex structure needed for a mother to love her baby. So it's called having a beingness, i.e., she differentiated from the mother, i.e., she isn't her mother. She's herself, but she doesn't have her authentic self, so she can't love. She's impaired. She's stuck in the angry battle with her mother, which she transfers into the present and then uses the baby or pulls in the baby in her drama with her past. So she can't love the baby. She's got too much pain with her mother, fighting with her mother. And sometimes she even thinks the baby is her mother and she hates the baby, thinking the baby's her mother back then. So she can't relax and love the baby because she's got too much pain in the past. And because of this pain, okay, she reenacts. The pain drives her to reenact it with the grand fantasy that somehow she's going to change the past, undo the past, get the love that was needed in the past, correct the past. She's hoping for a better outcome for the past. That's all she's got going. She can't be in the present to love the baby if she's too stuck in the past, too deeply imprinted in the past. She can't be present. The present for her is still the past. The present's called the presenting past, or she transits the past to the present. So she shifts her whole past to the present. The present's still seen as her past, kind of thing. So she's not a bit. She doesn't see the present for what it is. She just sees the past as some twisted thing that is equal to her past. So she wrenches the present, distorts the present, filters, cherry picks, selective emission, twists, ships, morphs, poofs, invents, whatever. She colors it all up, or cuts out whatever. She fits it. She squeezes it into that template. She sees today her days through the lens of yesterday. So she's going to see the day, she's going to see the present through the lens of yesterday. So she's still sort of in the past like that. She can't be in the present to love the baby because she's too stuck in the past. She's still stuck with this template, this painful memory, unfinished, unresolved battle with the mother. And this pain keeps her there. She can't relax to love the baby. So when you get mother's story that she was impaired, then you can admit the truth that she couldn't love you. The mother couldn't love the baby. She couldn't. She was too impaired. How could you? So then you at midlife we admit this kind of thing to ourselves. Oh my God, you seriously? My mother didn't. She couldn't love me like she couldn't. She didn't. Um, Now you include her efforts. She tried her best. Maybe she would have. She could have. But the reality is she didn't. So you got to call a spade a spade. Now, if you don't want to call a spade, okay, you're whitewashing her lovelessness, her crime, and you still have the hope that if you fix her by finding a copy of her, you're going to fix her in the past, and she'll love you back in the past. And you're still in the past like that. You're not in the present like this. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm done. It's very this folding chair I have is very convenient, but it's awfully narrow. It doesn't you can't really it's a little bit too a little bit uncomfortable. I'm, why am I telling my audience about my chair? Well, I'm a wounded human, right? All right. So psychoanalysis is not a magic breast. I only have a BA. Keep that in mind. 30% of what you're hearing in this video is wrong, and it's up to each viewer to figure out which 30%. Okay, that's what Robert Bly says to his audience. Says, dear audience, 30% of what you're going to hear in tonight's lecture is wrong, and it's up to you to figure out which 30%. Okay, so this is about each person becoming their own detective, building the spirit of becoming their own existential, emotional, psychological detective. No one can give you your detective mind. You got to build your own detective mind. So this is all like an effort to receive the wisdom teachings from previous shrinks throughout the ages, and try to pick up on it and build our own analytic mind, inferent mind that can make inferences, mind that can make patterns, try to make links again. Okay, the links. Okay, Wizard of Oz. In trauma, you got Scarecrow, Tin Man, Lion, all scattered over in the unconscious forest. They're all over the place, scattered. Okay, so the Tin Man, the Scarecrow. Okay, that's called the unthought known. It's known, but we can't think it because the Scarecrow has no brain. Now the body knows. It's procedurally known, implicitly known. Somatic memory, somatic knowledge, body knowledge. Every body tells a story. Every body remembers. The body keeps a score mysteriously between mind and body. So like the body's kind of like the unconscious almost, someone said. But we're not conscious of it because we have no brain. So we got to give the scarecrow a brain. So this works towards giving the scarecrow a brain, moving towards now knowing what we couldn't have known. And then we want to feel what we couldn't have felt. Then the Tin Man gets a heart. Okay, so the Tin Man with no heart, that's a sign of trauma. Can't love self, can't have pleasure, can't be in the present. You don't feel tenderness and affection. You feel empty and hollow. You got the chasm. You might be sarcastic. Um, so you just feel empty and hollow without the heart. And the Scarecrow and the Tin Man being separate like that. So knowledge of the trauma, the emotions of the trauma are kind of disconnected, delinked, right? And now finally, the person's gonna feel disembodied, of course. It's a cowardly lion one. So Dorothy is like a part of the system, part of nature, something invisibly that's going on that's trying to heal us. So we got to be like Dorothy and Lion and bring those three together. Find them and link them up together so they can all hold arm to arm, hold however they were armed, weren't they arm to arm, skipping along the road or something like that. You want to bring them, link them together. So heart, okay, mind, heart, body, line it up again, kind of thing. Now the Wicked Witch, all they did with that was that's an image of your feelings. Most of the image of your mother being so dangerous and wicked like that, that's a picture you made of your mother when she rejected you. Um, so she threw water on the witch. Okay, water, emotion, motion, feelings, flows, waves, water. That's similar. So that was kind of like the idea of that. Oh, I get it. That pictures my feelings. Let it flow. Feel. Then poof, the image poofed away because it wasn't real. But what it really means is you're admitting your feelings towards your mother. That's the water on the witch. Then the witch image disappears. When you admit your feelings, feel it to heal them. You feel it, it doesn't go. If you don't feel it, you're being haunted by this image that you made. It's your own image, kind of thing. Yes, the mother was impaired, no, but she didn't want to hurt the baby. She didn't want to eat the baby. She didn't come on. But we thought these exaggerated things. That's what babies do with their small size. And that's the mentation of babies. It's primary process thinking, primary mentation, Alice in Wonderland thinking. Things are wildly exaggerated, like myths and fairy tales and gods and all this stuff. So things are exaggerated like that. So mother's not a monster who wants to eat the person. Okay, not a boar queen, not a cyclops, not a guy with the horns, not a minotaur, not a dangerous, voracious sea monster or alien like this. But the baby uh, creates these pictures as code for how he felt with her. He felt those things. He felt like a hungry wolf, but the mother's not a bigger hungry wolf. So when she throws water, that means you're admitting the feelings around um, the trauma. And that took place after the three got together, right? So Dorothy got the three, then she faced the witch, right? Now you're seeing your mother as an ordinary human person, and she's not a witch. So the witch image disappears, dissolves away, or whatever, however it was done. She melted away or something. Shatters, yeah, shatters away. No, she dissolved away. In myths and fairy tales, the wicked witch image can dance, burn away, dissolve away, poof away. It doesn't matter. Drop down the hole or something, whatever. I think in the Boar Queen, uh, the storytellers just want to make it entertaining how she poofed away. Um, they want to convey the point. It's not going to be there anymore. It doesn't matter how the details were. Storytellers want to move the story along, right? Something. I wonder if I can find an outlet. I gotta pack up. If I'm gonna leave here, I gotta pack up everything. All right. I'll let it go. So we'll discuss these new quotes coming up in another video. They're good quotes. There's some good quotes coming up. Okay, let's finish up with "Constant Tourist" by the band Lunik. So, so the girl in the song is attracted to a narcissistic man who's emotionally unavailable. Okay, he's in a glass box as well, and she's in the glass box as well. But she's trying to know that when she feels like in the glass box with him, that's because she felt like she was in a glass box with her mother, but she doesn't remember. So you recreate to remember. So her efforts to remember is to find somebody who reminds the woman's going to look for a man who reminds her of the mother. And that's very common with the first daughter, if the firstborn is a daughter. So Anne Teachworth says in the birth order, if the firstborn is a daughter, okay, when they grow up, they're going to marry a man with their mother's personality because they're still battling with the mother. If the firstborn is a boy, when he grows up, he's going to marry a woman with his father's personality because he's looking for guidance and protection to leave the mother. Maybe he's got more resource to leave the mother. He's got more of an urgency to leave the mother. Gender issue, I guess. Um, maybe the daughter's got too much pain with the mother, so she's too embroiled in with the mother. So she's still battling with the mother. So find a man that reminds him of the mother and still fight with the mother. Enter the Heck Ramsey show. The the actor Richard Boone, the guy who played Paladin, where do you roam? From the old show Have Will Travel. There's an update. There's like a sequel for that called Heck Ramsey, and he's an older guy now, like an older Paladin basically. And he bumps into some lady, and he was kind of thinking, "Gee, pretty lady, I'm kind of older here. I want to know if you're still fighting with your mother and you're going to cast me into the role of your mother and fight with your mother and use me as a stand-in for your mother." And she said, "No, don't worry." Quote, "The past is to be remembered, not lived as the present." Phew. Okay, so she's available. She can live in the present. She doesn't need to transfer the past to the present, still fight with the mother and use him as the mother and fight with him, thinking he's the mother. So he was relieved that she's emotionally available for present to present relationships. The past is to be remembered, not lived as the present. So it's remembered. You don't live it as the present. But if there's too much pain and you don't remember it, you live it as the present. But she remembered it, so it can be in the. It can stay in the past. If you don't remember it, it's in the present. If you remember it, it can be put into the past. It can be captured, given a time and a place, and set in the past. Lowell calls it laying the ghost to rest. The ghost is now an ancestor, like it's set. It's kind of it's done deal like that. But if you don't, if the ghost doesn't become the ancestor, um, then it's still a ghost and haunting you all the time with its eerie fingers wrapping around you, grabbing you. Oh, I really miss the music. I can play song snippets when I take little mini breaks. It's really a pity. I've lost half my audience already. The average watch time for a video is somewhere between zero point 0.1 of a second and 1 second, something like that. So there's still no real viewers from what I can tell. According to YouTube, there's no, the computers give you like a view count. I think these are just monitoring, clicking. Um, but there's no action. There doesn't seem to be really any. It's very minimal. There might be a couple of viewers. I don't know. Um, but I want to say, I just feel like um, there's got to be some kind of compendium, some kind of encyclopedia of these insights. Nowhere on the planet does it exist. Only one copy of psychoanalytic psychotherapy's greatest hits compilation has ever been done, ever in the history of all time, as far as I know, and it's right here, 1001 Windmills of the Mind. So at the end of the video, I usually play, now I'm playing the Mission Impossible theme. And the closing of the video is your mission, should you choose to accept it. Submit it for your approval, of course, Twilight Zone. Submit it for your approval. Submit it for your approval. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, submit it for your approval. Go visit the link page. Get it's a minimal admin fee for the price of, let's see, we have it here. For the price of a little tiny coffee. I still have the cup. Where's my visual prop here? Oh, here we go. So for the price of a little cup of coffee like this, for the price of a little tiny cup of coffee like this, it's pretty much exactly that. For the price of a little coffee like this, you can get, um, imagine an 8-volume encyclopedia, like a printed out. It's like these pages. It's like a this much. It's like imagine 8 books piled up upon each other, or 5 or 6 books maybe. Imagine 6 average books piled up, and that's 1001 Windmills of the Mind, approximately. In Now, if it's depending on the spacing, right? Some books have double spaced and all that. No, if it's single spaced, double sided, it's a massive collection. It's a wealth of material, with the hope being that 1 out of 10 will click, give you that aha, give you that a little kiss, that wake up. You know, when the Snow White gets the kiss, that's like aha, eureka! Oh, I get it. That's like something like that. Okay, let's clarify that point. Um, okay, so when Snow White's in the box like that, it's not about somebody being passive, waiting for a rescue fantasy. Someone's going to rescue you and save you. Nothing like that. You're going to win the lottery or something. You know, it's not, you don't wait for some magical thing that's going to save you. Okay, okay. Your beingness is wounded. That means your doing is whacked. You want healthy doing. Now, if you heal your beingness through the self-reflection, at that point you can start doing normally. That beginning point is the kiss. Now you can do normally, and that's the prince. So all of your positive doing that you can't do, bundle it up. That's the masculine principle, the masculine element. Make it a prince. Okay, a prince is a man, masculine. So that's a symbol for the doing, the positive doing when there's a healthy being. But the wounded, the feminine is wounded, so your doing is whacked. So if you heal the wounded, if you heal the beingness, okay, now you can do the healthy doing, healthy masculine. At that point, when you can begin to reclaim and self-activate and express a healthy doing from your healthy being, that's like a moment where you can wake up. Aha! Okay, now I can feel, I can do. So when you have your beingness, okay, your doing is ethical. Okay, one image is maiden king, maiden king. The beingness, from the beingness, your doing is ethical and moral and virtuous because you have your beingness. Your beingness is embodied. You got the golden ball. You got ethics and morality and feelings. Mother knows, mother can feel, so she knows how to love the baby. So her doing of loving the baby is ethical and moral and virtuous because she has her feelings. She has her golden ball. The golden ball is linked to the beingness. So when you heal, when you get back your beingness, doing will be normal. That point where you now can do something normal, that's like a little wake up, like a little kiss like that. And she wakes up. So so when we get to the so go to the Snow White quotes and read that one by Von Franz about the metaphor of the prince. It's just a personification of like a healthy doing that that is available to us when we heal our beingness. If the beingness is missing, you're in the journey of self-reflection to heal it. So the process of healing is look for the third side of the coin, as discussed yesterday in several core tasks. Look for the third side of the coin. Oh, hang on, did we finish Constant Tourist? The Lunic song, Constant Tourist. Okay. Okay, that's also known as alienation from yourself. So you want to get yourself back to yourself. You lost your authentic self, zooped away, you want to get it back. Okay, the maiden turned into a swan. She flew away. You want to get it back. You want the swan to come back, morph back to the princess, and be embodied again. Okay, in the Rapunzel story, okay, the beingness was she was locked away in a tower, right? And the land, the castle, the kingdom was in poverty, debt, all this misery and stuff, because the soul was missing. When the soul came back, everything was good, like that. Okay, so the castle and the kingdom, that's like your body, like the shell of you, but you're missing your beingness. That's why there's poverty and guilt and debt and all that, problems like that, illness. The king can't have children. The crops can't grow. All these problems. That's code for a person is sick or ill or something, because your soul is missing. When you get your soul back, uh, then things you heal. Healing and wholeness. When you're whole, you're healed. Healing and wholeness. Johnny Sanford's book, Healing and Wholeness, Dreams and Healing. Those two books in particular. We have some good quotes coming up from Johnny Sanford. Now, when I say Johnny Sanford, I mean the psychologist Johnny Sanford, who unpacks religious stories. Okay, because religious stories are, it's all code for psychology. So I'd say him and Von Franz and a few others, they've done a pretty good job to interpret religious stories. You treat them in the same way you treat dreams, fairy tales, myths, like that. Any kind of story with magical, this turns into this turns into that, this magical thing, and this poof poof. Okay, these wild things. Okay, that's primary. These are products of the primary mentation, primary process thinking. That mentation that we have in the beginning, the unconscious mind, is topsy turvy, and things can flip flop and double think and morph and shape shift. Magic mirror. Is it this? Could it symbolize that? Could that mean that? Can that turn into that? The princess flips into a swan. That's not real, right? That's the imagery in the unconscious. Methuselah didn't live for 1,000 years. That just stands for the timelessness of the eternal brain. I mean, the unconscious doesn't know time, so they call it eternal. No time, timelessness. No time, timeless. No time. So it's synonymous. You say eternal, forever. That's one of the main qualities of the unconscious. The unconscious does not know time. So you can say it's eternal or timeless. So in the Faust complex, she gets she identifies with the aggressor and lives forever. So when they say she lives forever, that means in the unconscious there's no time. Myths and fairy tales and all the motifs, all these motifs, they're code for psychological trauma. They're pictures or representations of psychological trauma. They're true on the inside, not on the outside. Today's Thursday, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So things open up mainly on Monday, right? Somebody points out there's an added element to self-estrangement, alienation, feeling like a constant tourist from yourself. You know, they think that society kind of perpetuates it in the idea that when people work, um, they put their efforts and their heart into their work, but then someone takes it away. You feel that was a part of me kind of thing. See, you lost like a part of yourself, but um, people create society, but society helps to make us feel alienated from ourselves. But since we're alienated from ourselves, we create a society that perpetuates it. So the outer is a reflection of the inner state. So the the sociological event, maybe 10,000 years ago, is when we discovered farming and agriculture, and then we traumatized ourselves in order to pillage. Now the trauma makes pillage. Now the pillaging is the social system, but to perpetuate the social system of plundering the planet for a quick buck, okay, we maintain a psychology for it. So babies are removed from the mother, that traumatizes them, and then you have a cycling process. Um, Society traumatizes the traumatized babies create the society that traumatizes the babies, which creates a society that traumatizes the babies. Psychological, sociological, psychological. They got this loop like that. So he was making the argument. This one guy I found it this morning. He was making the argument. Yes, we can say we're estranged from ourselves, got constant tours from ourselves, but it's not just psychology. Don't forget about the social pressure. Things like somebody in a country builds something, and then the short sellers take it, and they feel uh, they alienated from themselves because their hard work was just stolen. So that was like a part of them a little bit. So they feel estranged from themselves when all their heart and soul went into whatever they built, and then someone stole it, kind of thing. So, uh, people who feel alienated from themselves alienate others. So this sociological, psychological. I'm not going to focus too much on it on this point. About a year ago, we did a thing called the 48 Symptoms of Homo Traumacus, mainly about as above, so below. The outer behavior is a reflection of the inner state. It takes 7.5 hours to run through that thing. Um, it badly needs an update. Oh boy. Like, for example, mother robs the baby of his home, his embodiment. It's like a home, took it away. She was a robber baron, she was a short seller. Okay, she took it away. She plundered it away. Well, Faustian deal. Baby grows up, becomes like her. Okay. Scapegoating projection. You repeat it. Externalization, symbolization, symbolic acting out. Other people's land and homes, you rob it because mother robbed you. You felt emotional poverty, you give others poverty as a reflection of your inner state of emotional poverty. Now, when others are in poverty, they hand over the stuff. Well, you as a baby had to hand over your soul to your mother, and she got a moment of pleasure. And we've been in this negative loop of the psychology to the sociological, sociological to the psychology. So if we heal the psychology, the outer will reflect a healed inner. So we got to heal the inner. Play Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. If you want things better on the outer, start with the Man in the Mirror. Yeah, his point was maybe it's too idealistic to only think about personal psychology, but come on. The outer is a reflection of our psychology, so we really need to put more focus on psychology. So bring back the comic psychoanalysis. Promote the Forbidden Planet film, which is a symbol of the unconscious. This mechanical planet is a picture for the unconscious. And the monsters on the planet, called monsters of the id or id monsters, that's like a picture of how we felt unknowingly with the trauma. So on that planet, you saw these monsters, but they were manifestations of the planet. Okay, now, so Morbius is the guy with the planet. When Morbius unknowingly was angry at the visitors, these monsters would attack him, and he didn't know that those monsters came from his unconscious, picturized, symbolized. His rage and anger was made into a picture called a monster, and they're angry because he was angry, but he didn't know he was angry. So if he consciously wished something, the planet would make it code for how baby thinks he makes things. Magical thinking. He thought I made it. I want milk. Oh, there's the milk. I made it. He thinks he created it. So that's unconscious. So if we unconsciously wish something, well, there it is. So they were trying to teach you psychoanalysis. That Forbidden Planet film was kind of teaching you a good 101 of a good basic point about psychoanalysis. Okay, that machine planet is a symbol for the unconscious. Okay, the guy linked to it is Mr. Morbius, and he was learning the language of the unconscious. So he was like a linguist guy, learning the language of this planet. That's code for interpreting your dreams, free association, making inferences, analyzing yourself, self-reflecting on yourself, making the unconscious conscious. So he was in that kind of process, but he wasn't fully aware yet that he might be unconsciously angry sometimes, but the machine materializes it. Those monsters came from the machine planet, which was his unconscious, monsters from the unconscious, meaning he's unconsciously angry. So when some guy was messing with his daughter, the monster attacked him. Morbius didn't know that the monster came from his unconscious, a picture of his rage. He was trying to be polite about it, didn't want to, try to tolerate it, kind of thing. But really, he was enraged at the playboy harassing his daughter, kind of thing, messing with his daughter like that. It was Morbius and his daughter on the planet. And in the Requiem, the same thing in the follow-up called Requiem for Methuselah, same kind of thing. Um, the guy there, the 6,000-year-old man at that time called Mr. Was it Flint? Hang on here. Mr. Flint, yeah, Mr. Flint or something. He was unknowingly angry that Kirk was going to take his robot woman. So another robot attacked him. That robot was a monster from his id, and he didn't know. Likewise, he didn't know that the robot that was attacking Kirk, that Mr. Flint was angry at Kirk for trying to take away his mother. So that was a tip. That was a tribute to the Forbidden Planet. That's a very good combo. Forbidden Planet, 1956. Read our quotes on it here. Follow my discussion maybe about it, uh, or think about it, on your independently, and then watch the Star Trek episode Requiem for Methuselah, the original Star Trek series with Spock and all that. Um, Season 3, episode 19 or 21, one of those two. But the added element with the Spock episode, the Star Trek episode, was the eternal triangle, because Flint for 6,000 years has been looking for Mother, and then Kirk comes on the scene, sees his. Um, so Mr. Flint was trying to make a robot be a perfect woman for him, like be one with him 24/7, understand him unconditionally, see him unconditionally, mirror him, be there for him, love him unconditionally, understand him unconditionally. He was trying to create, because that's the triangle issue. We didn't get it. So when Kirk arrived, play Just One Look, that's all it took. Oh, just one look. When Kirk, love at first sight, there's my mother, spellbound, I want her, she's mine. He said, wait a minute, I've been working on her for 6,000 years. Now he's here in the present, she's mine. And the two guys are fighting for the perfect woman robot. And the background comment was, the eternal love triangle. For 6,000 years, we've been dealing with this issue of not getting mother's love. And why? Because mothers themselves didn't get the love that they needed from their mothers back then. So this is the issue of the eternal triangle. Okay. As symbolized by the myth, Oedipus myth, Jocasta, Laius, Electra, and her brother Oedipus. None of these four characters got enough love from the mother. So the father's not around, crossed over with the mother, psychic incest, you see the marriage there. The marriage is not literal, okay? It's a picture of the psychological incest of the fusion. And the father's not around. He didn't kill the father, nonsense. Just the father's not around like that. The baby needs the oneness of the mother, so the father's not around. And the father can't be the mother. And you can't have a link with the father if you're using him as the mother again and transfer the problem mother onto the father. Eternal triangle mess. So it's a real mess like this. So we started this mess 6,000 years ago in correspondence to um, the mismanagement of our emotions when we discovered farming and agriculture. So we became, hold on a second. Maybe while these people are passing by, maybe just take a 1 minute break here. I'll lose the rest of my audience here. Give me 1 minute. I've got some juice in my bag here. Let me just take a 1 minute break here. Let these people pass by here. A second. Oh, it's still frozen. Look at that. So when we pollute the planet, that's an outer reflection of the inner state that we felt shamed by the mother, polluted by the mother, kind of thing. Poison, the poison apple. Okay, so if the mother's stressed, too much cortisol in the breast milk or the powder stuff, so he felt poisoned like that, toxic stuff. So we put toxins in the soil. If we destroy the food on the planet, that's a reflection that the baby didn't get proper nutrients, proper mother's sweetness and comfort, emotional feeding. So he wasn't fed properly. So we treat the planet as us. We're the shaming mother. And then flip flop. We are angry at the mother. But if we are the mother, how do we express our anger at the mother if we are the mother? So first, the planet's us. We shame the planet the way the mother shamed us. We deprive the planet of its goodness because mother deprived us of our goodness. And we become the depriver. Okay. Now, at the same time, on another level, as we shame the planet who's us, we think the planet is our mother whom we're angry at. So very traumatized people hate the ones they hurt. So we hurt the planet and then hate the planet. That's a reflection of the inner state that we were shamed and we hate the mother. We felt no good, mother's dangerous. We think the planet's no good and dangerous. So we shame the planet, want to control the planet, and we're greedy, of course, envious. And one short seller, one short seller said, people think we're plundering the planet just out of blind greed. He says that's not the case. It's really about envy. We want to see the goodness on the planet destroyed because the baby had a goodness and it was destroyed by the envy breast. The mother destroyed their goodness, they destroyed the planet. It's not out of greed. Greed is a part of it. Greed is yes, it's called grenvy. You're greedy in the symbolic pursuit of mother in the past. So gobble, gobble, but it never translates to being fed by the mother in the past, getting her comfort, her sweetness, her spirit. So you gobble, gobble, it never translates to fixing the past. So you're in this infinite loop of gobbling with the greed. Now, that's part of it. That's part of it. At the same time, on another level, you want the planet damaged and destroyed as a reflection of your inner state of feeling damaged and destroyed when the mother didn't meet the baby's needs. So to have a mother, we got to destroy the planet. Then we feel safe with the mother. We feel proud, like a neurotic pride. We feel a sense of agency, and we're addicted. So Kirsten Wilson. If destroying the planet for a quick buck is reasonable, oh please turn me into somebody who never thinks such a thing. I.e., somebody who is loved. Somebody who is loved wouldn't think such a thing. But somebody who is unloved, they think those things. People who are very unloved, they're filled with envy, ennui, envy, greed, okay, revenge collecting, injustice collecting, grievance collecting. Of course, the Talionic feeling is in there. They don't mourn losses. They don't tell the truth. They can't free associate. Tenderness, affection, forget it. Gratitude, empathy, love, forget it. Okay, they're just in this battle with the mother, and they play the shaming mother. The planet can be them, which they shame. Then poof, the planet's their mother, and they're angry at the mother. Kirsten Wilson said, "Why don't we change the reference? Let's stop calling the planet Mother Earth. That's only for healthy people. Let's call it Father Planet. Then maybe that'll scare people. It's not going to work. What about Grandmother Planet? Not going to work. Your spouse? Not going to work. Your child? Not going to work. You can't transfer anything in your family onto the planet because of all the unfinished business, Oedipus complex. Okay, love triangle problem. Only people who are loved can then love the planet because that's a reflection of the inner state. If the inner state is loved, they'll love the planet. That's a reflection of the inner state. The outer is a reflection of the inner state. Yeah, as above, so below. So this short seller said, yeah, we're destroying the planet. It's mainly, okay, you think it's greed. It's more than greed. It's envy. Envy is the real driver. Hatred of the good. To have a mother, they got to hate goodness. Whatever goodness there is, they got to hate it and wreck it because that's what mother did to them. as above, so below. So again, this is a 7.5 hour video, way back done a year ago. 2725, part 3 of 3. Um, we can cover 48 symptoms, 48 areas like that. Prejudice is a major one. So we get into the slogans about pillaging, about the more traumatized, like the top 20% of the most traumatized of the most traumatized. Okay. So they're going to be like the stingers, the pillagers, and the 80% are going to be plundered. It does seem to be like an 80-20 rule, right? Interesting theory about that. So if we, the most traumatized, if we find something, it's ours. That's what mother did to them. Mother had baby soul. She, mine. Give it to me. Give me supply. Make me the center. Trapped in the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. It's all about me. Give me, baby. Okay, so that you grow up. If we find something, it's ours. Now it's nothing to do with skin tone. It's who's most traumatized. It just happens to coincide. People lost a tan, so that's like a reference point. So people would say, since the most traumatized lost a tan, we say, well, we with the shade of beige, if we find stuff, it's ours. Okay, it's not about this melanin. That's a trivial cosmetic biological variation due to sun exposure. How much sun exposure you get affects the color of your hair, eyes, and skin tone. Nobody has white skin or black skin. Everybody's a shade of beige or a shade of brown. And if somebody's very pale, that's because the blood goes inward. Okay, so this is white, right? Nobody has white skin, right? Nobody has white skin. Jane Elliott does this. She purposely wears a white sweater. Look at my sweater, people. Look at my skin, people. I've got a pinkish, palish skin. Look at this is white. So she does a very, she's a teacher, right? She does a very. The work of Jane Elliott has won a golden Windmills of the Mind Award. All of her work, her lifelong work. She's in her 90s now, still at it. She's just an ordinary school teacher. She has done more um, for raising emotional literacy than most shrinks, I think, personally. Just her common sense, down to earth relaying of all the books she read. She's a voracious reader, and she just passes along uh, common sense ideas. See, one of the psychological points of Forbidden Planet is it teaches you that the monsters, the beasts, all that, that's from within. Okay, that's a picture of within. They were trying to tell you that. Now, some people are offended by this idea because if there's too much pain, they've got to say, no, it's external. It's from outside coming to me because you don't want to admit that it's within. You can't face, you can't handle the truth. So you say it's external. But no, the film is telling you it's internal. Joni Mitchell, the beast is within. Face the beast, your emotions, it's within. The beast created a picture, the monster image. The beast was, I think the beast, they showed the beast as some invisible entity with footprints. There was a bit of a quick glimpse of the beast. It looked like the Tasmanian devil kind of thing. That's a picture of your anger. It's not an external thing. It's a picture of how you feel. It's a picture of how you feel. Now, when people are very traumatized, they take that picture, superimpose it onto others, and say they're the dangerous one. Well, you're not. What are you talking about? You're psychotic. Okay, that activity just means there's an immense amount of pain because they can't handle the truth that is within. There's an immense amount of pain, and they want to see it externalized. It's called projection. Okay, it's a defense against the anxiety that you would feel if you were to admit that it's within. No, it's external. It's external. Then you get the either or mentality, jungle slogan mentality that perpetuates the trauma with the mother. It doesn't allow you to know that it's within. It's kind of linked like that. Yeah. So our quote on the Forbidden Planet quote, he said, people who are, some people are going to be very offended at this idea. So projection is confession. Projection is the means of bringing repressed material to consciousness. Projection is like a mirror that is within, sees that it's within. Like a projection screen, it's within. The mechanism and the contents on the reel, it's yours, it's all yours. You see it out, but it's within. It's all within like that. Most of the strong things you're saying, it's a confession that it's within. Not everything, of course, but by and large. And that's the message of Forbidden Planet. It's within. And they a clue to this is the emphasis the scriptwriter had on making the characters talk about the id continuously. What is the id? Oh, elementary basis of the unconscious. Monsters of the id. These are id monsters. What did he say? What's the id? Oh, the id. They talked about the id a lot. So they really wanted to pique people's curiosity to psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis was thriving in the 50s, but then it came. So that's our innate drive for healing. Um, but you see, but as a sign of very severe trauma, people would crush it. So they crushed the Forbidden Planet. Now it's just some little micro mini cult classic kind of film, not too well known. The comic psychoanalysis was crushed apparently. That's still to this day the best introduction of psychoanalysis, the comic. There's a comic simply entitled Psychoanalysis, 1955, the year before Forbidden Planet. 12 therapy sessions put into comic book format. 3 clients, Claire, Mark, and Freddie. 3 clients over 12 sessions, complete run. 5 years ago, year 2000, February 26th, the complete run of the comic got reissued into a hardback and it got digitized. Dark Horse Publishing, well worth the asking price. You'll get a crash course and you'll get a feel for what psychoanalysis is all about. You see the shrink there dealing with those 3 clients. Three sessions with Ellen, 4 with Freddie, I think, and 5 with the Mark guy. The Mark guy had he was the womanizer. He had a real problem. He really was he hated women immensely, so he was a womanizer like that. Emotional eating is in there. Projecting the inner critic onto everybody, think everybody's criticizing you. No, you're criticizing yourself. You think everybody's criticizing you. You act accordingly, self-fulfilling prophecy. See, I knew it. Ellen was doing that. The scapegoating phenomena with Freddie. The parents scapegoated Freddie. Okay, Freddie was a mess. Shrink said, "No, Freddie, go home, take a break." The parents, you're the mess. You two got to go into therapy. They were outraged at this idea because they needed to dump on Freddie. Well, that's the problem. That's why he's a mess. You're dumping on him. So when 2 people who are the Faustian deal get married, they have a lot of tension. So they'll scapegoat somebody. It's like prejudice onto one of their children. They'll hate one of their children, so they can have the excuse to be angry at them, to blow off steam. They just want to blow off steam. So they deliberately traumatize one of their kids to make them naughty, set it up, so they can then say and look that they're in the right. See, we're in the right, and they use the slogan "Spare the rod" for that. But the covert issue is to blow off steam. So they scapegoat one of the children. So Freddie was scapegoated in that one. So that's really an excellent introduction to psychoanalysis, the comic psychoanalysis. So far there are 3 excellent resources, I think, book-wise. 1001 Windmills of the Mind, Karen Hornight's book Our Inner Conflicts, and that comic psychoanalysis. And then for the visual, okay, the Twilight Zone episodes mentioned earlier, Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, Gabe's story Take My False Light, Please, Memphis, and then Saturday, and To See the Invisible Man. And then the two films, Forbidden Planet combo with uh, Star Trek's Requiem for Methuselah. So there's a that set right, and the work of Jane Elliott, and the audio of Robert Bly. We mentioned him. That's a good kind of foundation to begin the hero's journey, the second journey, the midlife audit, the midlife examination period, where you kind of withdraw a little bit and reflect on yourself. It's like the lifelong night rest we need, called the midlife phase. Are we still recording? Okay, we're still recording. Let's make sure. I don't really see myself too clearly in the camera due to the, I don't know, the shade and the glaze. I just see like an outline of myself. Are we finished with Constant Tourist, the song by Lunik? So there was no train to Loverland. Okay, that's code that the baby didn't have a link to the Loverland mother. The Loverland was mother, the breast mother. There wasn't a link there, no train. They call that link a trainment. There was no train to Loverland. So she finds a fellow and there's no emotional connection. So there's no train to Loverland. You're constant tourist, alienation. Where's mother? You abandon me, you're cold, you're aloof. Well, there was no train to Loverland, meaning as a baby, there was no attunement, no reverie, no consideration, no rapport between the two, no rhythm of safety, no blissful oneness, no feeling that you're seen by the mother, soothed by the mother, recognized by the mother. You feel her presence for you. You feel her acceptance and delight for you. That there's no train like that. Okay? Okay, let's leave it there for constant tourist. Okay, so let's go back to Jane for a minute. So we talked about the rock song, but let's jump back to the Jane mind. Jane mind is called both and thinking, building the conscious ego, the adult ego, okay, the arc, okay, this construct that allows you to be in the present. This present mind is both and thinking that poofs away either or thinking. So eat white, eat black, poofed away. You got the Jane mind. So Jane is the real one, the healthy one. Okay, and Inside Out too. Um, the the puffing away of the either or. Okay, that's the conclusion scene where Riley was facing the either or. Is she guilty? Is she okay? Is she? Is it her job to save the mother? Is it not her job? Like these kind of either or things. Is she kind? Is she cruel? Like these kind of either or things. Uh, she was confused like this, but she was trying to hold and synthesize and find something new that includes the two, something that synthesizes the two, and a new thing, a new entity that holds the two, but it's not the two, it's something new. So then you saw this little star-like, kind of diamond-like, like atom, crystal-y kind of thing. Maybe it's like a diamond or something, like different facets. Maybe that was that little symbol they had. Maybe it was like a diamond like that. So it holds all the different facets. And then the either or poofed away. And then she was embodied. Okay. Now the image associated with holding the opposites was the avalanche scene where they hopped on the orbs and it rushed up. That's the phoenix rises, the red bird rises. You hop in the back of the firebird, you ride the fire. It's the emotional knowing. Okay, you pull the pin on the thorn, you pull the thorn, and you get the freedom, and the feelings come back. Okay, and then Riley had a present mind. She could relax. She's embodied. She's calm. Thinks more clearly. When people are around her, they feel calm. Because if Riley doesn't have the beingness, she's going to see everyone around her like a jungle. It's her past. Everyone feels tense. So no one can think clearly when you feel tense. The coach said, no, she's not doing that. She's not. She's in the present. So there's less tension about this. So we got to have her on the team. because it helps the other ones to calm down. She's not adding extra stress to everybody else's tension. So then she gets the scholarship like that. But prior to that, the coach said, not ready, right? Now, in the film Insider 2, you don't see Baba Yaga um, saying to the person, oh, you want to heal, do you? Well, are you willing to transition out of the loyalty to the mother, i.e., either or thinking, jungle slogan thinking? If you want to heal, you got to get the both and way of thinking. If you insist on either or thinking, my greedy or jungle slogan thinking, adversarial thinking, you're not ready to heal. She gobbles you up, okay? Meaning there's no conscious mind, there's no ego conscious, so it's just gobbled, like it's just taken away, or something. So the character said, no, I'm willing to see both and. Oh, really? So why do you want to heal? By choice or compulsion? 5% choice, 99.7% compulsion. Okay, some kind of both and, right? If you BS Baba Yaga, she gobbles you up, meaning it doesn't work. It doesn't work, right? But you come back again. So the image is Baba Yaga is a picture of innate natural forces of healing. This energetic healing energy create Baba Yaga. Oh, you want to heal, do you? Well, I'm a guardian heal. You're only going to heal. You're only going to get past this test me test is if you can show both and thinking. If you want to BS me and it's still either or, no, forget it. So he passed that test. Then he said, okay, now you go to the second Baba Yaga. Robert Blight jokes, you've got a sister. The second Baba Yaga was, can you divide the seeds? Can you discern between neurotic needs and real needs? Can you discern between how neurotic needs come about when real needs are unmet? When the baby's real needs are unmet, poof, now you're into neurotic needs called symbolic acting out. So if you didn't get mother's love, okay, you look for symbols of mother. But no pint of ice cream or bottle of wine can be mother's comfort, sweet spirit of the past. The symbol of the mother can't be mother in the past. So now you got this neurotic need. Now, if your neurotic needs don't get met, you'll feel some stress. Can you discern between that stuff versus the real feelings of your original unmet needs? Can you discern those seeds? So the pile of seeds had to be subdivided into two piles. That was called discerning real needs versus real needs and real feelings versus neurotic needs and sham feelings. The sham feelings linked to the neurotic needs, called symbolic acting out. So go to yesterday's quote about symbolic acting out by Janov. Yeah, I recommend that quote. That's a very good quote. Go to 2956. I think it's this. I think it might be the second or third one in the list there. Arthur Janov. That's a very good quote. Yeah, I thought that was a good quote. The Hirsch quote's excellent. The first one, the Hirsch. Oh my God. So just an abbreviated run through it is, if you see somebody who's dysfunctional and self-defeating, that's a reflection of how that person saw themselves reflected in their mother's eyes when they didn't meet their mother's needs. So if the mother wants the baby to meet her needs, and the baby can't, she looks at him with hate, disgust, shame. I hate you, baby. So she has an unpleasant picture of her child. The child sees that reflected in her eyes, and he sees himself the way his mother saw him during that time. So his self-defeating behavior is loyalty to that. Because remember, he believes the big lie. He's got to save the mother. He's got to meet mother's needs. He didn't. So he's loyal to his understanding of himself, reflected in his mother's eyes like that. So he's still loyal, waiting. I believe the big lie. I'm loyal. I'm guilty. It's my fault. I got to save her. So dysfunctional behavior, dysfunctional, self-defeating, self-sabotage. You mean you're still trying to save your mother? You're still trying to mirror your mother. You're still loyal to her. You still believe the big lie that you can save her. You can't save her. But the mother was desperate to get fed by the baby. So she gave the big lie to get fed like this. So you got to update this stuff. So yesterday, it was nighttime here over on the other side. I ran through that part of Fairview. I spent about an hour on this issue of unconscious guilt, the Doomsday, the guilt, maybe he's not guilty, into the Twilight Zone episode, Shadow Play for that one. Yeah, I recommend that discussion from yesterday. It was a nighttime video, just back in there somewhere. Okay. Look, I think I'm gonna have to move. Unfortunately, there's. I just noticed it to my side. There's a very distracting kind of thing going on. Let me think. Maybe I could just try over. Let me just look around because it's not so busy this time. Give me a minute to pack up here. Hold on a second. It's got to be shade though, right? I need some shade. Here somewhere. A little mucky in here. Ah. Okay, let's go back to the mall. The mall part. Okay, give me a fast forward this video 5 minutes. Hey, let me see if I can plug in the thing at the hotel plug. Let's give it a try. Okay. Aha. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Like, give me a minute here. No. Son of a gun. Nothing. No light. Son of a gun. Still. I am on this. Even if I plug it in, it's not charging. But when I plug it in at home, it does charge. But it doesn't charge here for some reason. Maybe I can just continue here for a bit. Um, nice and cool here. Let's run through the quotes. Let's run. Let's go. I'm just in the lobby, part of the lobby area. Okay, let's run through today's quotes then. As one novelist put it, quote, "When you get on the wrong train, every stop you make is a wrong one." We are all prisoners of childhood, reacting to realities that no longer exist, or more accurately, recreating old realities over and over again. So when you repeat it, that's a stop, but you're on the wrong train. Repetition compulsion is the wrong train. So every time you repeat it, you you an episode of repetition compulsion that's like a stop off the wrong train. It's all neurotic stuff. When you get on the wrong train, the right train is consciousness to move towards morning. But when you repeat, that's a defense against morning. Although at the same time, when you repeat, you're trying to remember. So in order to more interpret your repetition compulsion and use your repetition compulsion as you trying to remember what had happened to you, that's sort of getting on the right train. But if you don't remember and you're just repeating it without memory and feeling, you're on the wrong track. So a person can spend their whole lives with either or thinking, loyalty to the mother. Every stop along the way, it's still the wrong track. Now you can switch. Uh, what's that? The lever to the right track. Wait a minute. Make the inference. Am I repeating something? Is that a code or a message from me to me telling me what happened to me back then? Now you're kind of on the right track. The motivation for the client's behavior is to need, is his need. Sorry. The motivation, are there any listeners left by now? Is anybody still left? The motivation for the client's behavior is his need to recapture or augment the gains of the original experience. Yes, he wants to go back to the time he had a hope for love. Well, let's augment that. Let's get the real thing. Recapture the missing love. He may seek to bring it up. He may seek to bring about a repetition of the original trauma, as in the classical repetition compulsion. Or he may try to attain a happier ending. Since the object of script analysis or self-reflection, let's say he calls it script analysis, trauma script analysis, is to close the show and put a better one on for the road. Okay, that's Eric Berne's way of saying it. When you're dysfunctional, um, you're living your life that's like a road show. Well, let's close that road show and put on a better show, kind of thing. So, okay, so the important thing is to free her from her compulsion to relive the situation and start her on some other path. This applies to any script which has proven unconstructive. If closure is not achieved, Fixation results, or what has been called repetition compulsion, because life innately strives for completion. You see, now enter the Greenberg film. The shrink said to the guy, "You have trouble living in the present, so you linger in the past because you feel like you never really lived it. It wasn't complete." Repetition compulsion, i.e., the compulsion to repeat painful experiences which one has not learned to overcome or live with. The strongest impulses emanate from unfulfilled wishes, impelling him to carry out some impulsive, symbolic action. This is like 100 years old. He's saying this Jekyll guy. I'm not a fan of this author, but it's funny because in the TV show, The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, the teacher put Steckel's name on the blackboard in an episode entitled "The Mystic Powers of Maynard Krebs." A fun episode, by the way, with the ESP thing. Michael Hunter describes one client's behavior as a recreation of the experience which marred his life, a repetition compulsion, an attempt to take control of an event which had previously been out of his control. His victimatology was therefore by no means unique. As Jim Hopper put it, quote, "People often repeat their prior traumas literally or symbolically, both unconscious and conscious." Okay, for example, uh, love at first sight, falling in love, puppy love, transference love, just one look, okay, instant, spellbound, love at first sight, infatuation. Okay, these are a repetition compulsion whose origins are in developmental failures. Okay, when Kirk saw the perfect woman, oh, that's my mother, I'm spellbound. He doesn't even know that it's a robot. You see, he needs the once to the mother. That perfect robot somehow had the ability to remind him of his need for a loving mother. And then he brought up those old blissful feelings that he had with his mother, where he was one with the mother. But it was incomplete, but he's back at that blissful place. And now he hopes it'll continue and along the developmental path. So infatuation is a repetition compulsion whose origins are in developmental failures. It's a fantasy which, for both sexes, derives from the breast mother, the original love object, the symbiotic mother, the breast object, the mother, the first mother, the breast. Falling in love represents an attempt to undo the original separation from mother, as well as subsequent separations. People who become infatuated have an ability to, sorry, people who become infatuated have an incapacity, an inability for establishing regular, stable, normal, loving relationships with others. Again, the psychic structure needed for mutual love to love, okay, a fountain of love, a positive feedback circle where the two people can make I statements, the two people can share their intimacy, into me see, into me see, into you see, into me see, into me see. The two do that with each other. I see you, you see me. Intimacy, into me see. Um, so that's a positive feedback because they're growing, they're learning, they're discovering, they're healing, they're reclaiming disowned parts. Carrying witness, empathy, carrying witness, validation, carrying witness, growing, healing, positive feedback loop. The psychic structure for this positive feedback loop, person to person, thou, I, thy, people to people. Okay, it's having a beingness, it's having a personhood. Okay, but if you're stuck with the developmental failure of not getting mother's love to reach that place, then you therefore have an incapacity. See, that kid's maybe 1 years old. He's really gleeful. He's very happy. Um, he has what's called the world's my oyster phase. So this kid around, I'm gonna guess he's around 1 years of age. He still thinks the hotel belongs to him. It's all his. It's all for him. Um, he owns it all, kind of thing. He's excited because now he's got motor skills. He can crawl. He can walk. He can run. He's got these powers. He's Superman. He owns the thing. The world is my oyster face. Let him have it. Let this little kid. Yeah, he's a happy camper. Let the kid think this hotel, it's all his. He owns the hotel. It belongs to him. He can do what he wants. Let him have that phase. I don't rebuff. You don't rebuff him for it. You don't. You just gently distract him so he doesn't put a fork in the electric socket or something. Um, and the mother has to be careful with these don't things, like don't do this, don't touch this, don't say this, don't do it, because he thinks his doing is his being. He thinks don't be me. When the baby touches something, don't touch that. Okay, whoa. She means well, but from the baby's point of view, his doing comes from his being. He blurs it up, doing and being. He isn't. It's too intimate for him. So he thinks, "Don't be me," but he doesn't articulate this. Mother, do you mean I'm okay, but touching this thing is not okay? Mother, the child doesn't have that awareness to ask that question for clarification. So the mother has to make it clear. No, baby, you're awesome. You're great. You're a little god. You're a little king. You own this hotel. It's all yours. Doesn't maybe say it, but it's you're fine. Just everything's okay with you. This the doing of touching this thing, that's a no go. But you being you, that's a go. But touching this thing is a no go. So you got to separate the being and the doing. If the mother just says don't do that, he thinks don't be me. So then he's rebuffed for this phase. Then frozen, trapped in the mirror. He'll spend the rest of his life symbolically thinking he owns everything. It's all his possession. He expects too much from everybody. He feels entitled. He wants to get that phase. So this phase is up until the age of 18 months. Then naturally, it's like a clock, a developmental clock. It clicks. Oh, at 18 months, his delusion that he owns the thing. Okay, play the song "Everybody Wants to Rule the World." No, not everybody wants to. Okay, that's code for trauma before 18 months. So people with trauma before 18 months, yeah, the uncanny feeling. I wish I wanted. Okay, no. So if trauma is before 18 months, he's stuck in that phase where he might like that song and plays it on his soundtrack. Everybody that wants to rule the world, yeah, man, I didn't get that. So he still has that fantasy because he didn't get that phase where he ruled the world, so to speak. At 18 months, this all dissolves away naturally. The clock clicks in. Okay, next stage of development. You pass you pass that phase of development. Now you enter into the rapprochement phase. Now the child's more realistic about person to person. Now it's a voyager phase. Now discover your interest. Now learn about yourself. Be a detective, curious, trial and error, learn, improv. Mother does a little improv with the child, learning. But he now knows there's pleasure in living in the world with people. Whereas before 18 months, there wasn't really any people. It was just him and his bubble, and he owns the bubble. Everything's for him, so he doesn't even like care about the feelings of others maybe too much. Yeah, that's not yes and no because they say even uh, like a 1 year old might feel sad, but maybe there's a branching in that area. But for the most part, up until 18 months, he can't apologize. Like if he makes a mistake, he doesn't understand that he should apologize or something because he still thinks he's entitled to be the center. It's all about him. He's center stage. He's entitled. Everything's for him. Everybody's supposed to serve him. He did something wrong. Wait a minute. To others, no, others are there for him. So he doesn't get that he should apologize. Post 18 months, he's beginning that area. So that's the famous rapprochement phase between 18 months and 36 months. And if the mother meets the baby's needs to function as a secure base. So the mother functions as a secure base, emotional refueling. The child runs around, learns stuff, freaks out at some point. Mother, I'm scared here. I'm here. You're safe. Even I can learn and I can touch base and I'm safe. Yes, you can have it both ways. You can have the safety of my presence and you can learn. And when you're scared, I'm here. I'll soothe you. I'm here. And you can learn. Keep learning. You're safe. Keep learning. I'm safe. Just learn safe. Goes on from 18 months to roughly 40 months or something. 40, 45 months, let's say. And then, but more or less, he has a psychological birth around somewhere between the ages of 3 and 4, they say. He, the wiring is set in where he now can have his, he knows himself a little bit. He has a self agency, um, and he can listen in school and make notes and he can pay attention. Oh, there's a little Superman. And he's playing with this. He's playing with this older sister who must be around. Oh, there's the mother. Yeah, yeah. See, the mother is just gently in the background, tolerating him. Now I got a question mark because the sister, who's maybe 5 or 6 or something, she's now shouting at him, but he's still laughing. He thinks it's funny or something. So the sister's not hurting. Okay, the sister didn't cross the line and traumatize him, so he's still okay. See, it could be the sibling issue. Sometimes if the sister hurts the little boy, it can have the same effect on him. But she didn't cross the line. I think he's still okay. He's still a happy camper. Let the baby be a happy camper. Let him have this blissful delusion that it's all him, like that, up until 18 months. See, it's a minimal investment, right? If it's failed, then he spends the rest of his life looking for that, expecting, entitled. He'll be angry if he doesn't get it. Narcissistic injury, narcissistic rage. He'll be demanding and all this. I had an experience about 2 weeks ago or something. Uh, someone, I have no idea who he was, kind of um, had a strong expectation. And sorry, I don't know who you are. I just kind of ignored him, kind of thing. But he got really angry at us. What the hell? What the hell? So he wanted something, someone didn't reply. He felt like a rage like that. No, everybody, I'm the center. You okay? So now enter Carol Burnett. Visit from Dan. Okay, I won't. Let's not talk about it this time. So a good example of narcissism can be seen in that clip called "Visit from Dan." So Carol Burnett plays a woman named Eunice. She got a phone call that her husband's going to leave her for the waitress. She's devastated. She's crushed. She's got no money. Now she's going to be a single mother. No skills, no work skills. She's all upset. She's um, crying in the fetal position on the sofa like that. And the mother in the background says, "Yeah, that guy. I don't like that thing he said about me." Eunice says, "There you go again, mother. Here I am devastated, and here you are taking center stage." And the visitor, Dan, said, "Yeah, and I thought my mother couldn't see past the end of her nose." Okay, bubble. She's in her little solipsistic bubble, can't see beyond her like that. So her mother was like that. So the mother wanted to be in the center. No matter what was going on, that mother had to be the center stage, all about her. She's entitled, wanted supply. Now, the Dan guy, at one point in the episode, tried to comfort Eunice. Eunice, yeah, think of it this way. When one door closes, another door opens. And this is a time when you're going to reclaim aspects of yourself, parts of yourself that you never knew you had. You're going to reclaim new things about yourself that you forgot, and you're going to get it back, and you're going to be the free creature you were always meant to be, kind of thing. Now the mother was enraged at this. She charged in, interrupted Mr. Dan, and said, "Look, Dan, look, Hugh, I don't know what spaceship you came off of, but back off here. Don't give my daughter freedom. Don't be like a fatherly role to protect her and guide her away from me. Don't lead her away from me. I need her to supply to me." So the mother was invested and wanted Eunice to be depressed, dysfunctional, because she would always turn to her. And that's what the mother wanted. She wanted this supply, this attention, to be the center, like that. And Eunice tried to fight back, saying, "Mother, this stranger here, Mr. Dan, he's trying to kind of like talk to me like a human being. Something you've never done with me. You've always thingified me and objectified me and wanted me to take care of you. You always have to be center stage. My life's devastated. I'm crying in tears here. You're oblivious to it. You want all the attention to be you. You have to be center stage." So that mother is trapped in her mirror. She can't mirror her daughter, right? She wants the daughter to mirror her. Let's say if the daughter does hurt the little boy, that boy will grow up um, and be angry at women, maybe. Awkward moment. Some fellow was just staring at me for a second. Oh, those are different kids. You don't really hear the background noises, eh? Yeah, that's interesting about that. You don't even hear the kids screaming, right? Or maybe just like a little bit, right? This new phone that I have blots out background noises. Okay, let's do the next one here. Infatuation. Okay, so this is still looking for the oneness, still looking for the fusion. No one can do it. No person in the present could be the fusional mother back that was needed back in the past. This neurotic need can't be the real need. So discern the feelings around disappointed of your neurotic need versus the mourning needs around your original unmet needs being met. So mourning versus narcissistic injury sensations versus real healing feeling. So Tina Gilbertson calls it constructive wallowing versus unconstructive wallowing. So she tried to divide the seeds with that phrase wallowing. Just put a dash between the W and the A in that word and focus on the allowing part. If you can allow the feelings of the unmet needs, that's constructive wallowing, constructive allowing. Okay, we got three more here. Maybe I can let me sit on that little. It's sort of a more comfortable. Let me sit at that chair over there. Hold on a second. Let me. Is that better? A little better, but not really. Okay. Geez, the chairs in this lobby aren't too. I guess they're not meant to be too comfortable, right? They're just transitional kind of things. I could buy a drink and sit in the main lobby. Jesus. Okay. Um, okay, next one. Okay, we don't have many quotes on them. This might be only the second quote on the anniversary reaction. So if you find yourself feeling anxious and you don't know why, like why do I feel anxiety today? Well, unknowingly, your unconscious might remember the past, that on this day in the year such and such, something happened, and your unconscious remembers anniversary reaction. So if let's say somebody got divorced on what's today, January 2nd, is that right? So let's say somebody got divorced on January 2nd in the year whatever 19 fill in the blank, and now it's 2025, but it's the same day, January 2nd. Somebody's now they're shaking. Why are they feeling anxious? Well, that's called an anniversary reaction. The anniversary reaction, as one guy explains it, is a response to the unconscious sense of time. It is a time specific variant of the repetition compulsion, a psychological response arising on an anniversary of a psychologically significant experience which the individual attempts to master through reliving rather than remembering. So again, it comes up. You're always trying to quote master it, process it, assimilate it, mentalize it, understand it, remember it, feel it. So we're always trying to get our story. The anniversary reaction is characterized by some form of reenactment of events at a time when the mind associates present circumstances with one or more traumatic events of the past, like the calendar date. Such reactions can occur at yearly, maybe every year, or maybe every decade, or other intervals. Or it could be at a particular time of day, month, or year, like a season or something, or a temperature, you know, certain temperature. Smells can do it, songs. Yeah, so if I play Jane, I wonder if I'll remember something in my childhood. Because in my childhood, that was a popular song on the radio. They can also occur in relation to the ages in a person's life. Okay, so let's say um, the divorce took place when the partner was turned, say, say 40 or something. 5 years later, you turn 40, then you freak out. Again, they can also occur in relation to the ages in a person's life or in the life of a loved one with which traumatic events are associated. So you associate the divorce with her being 40, you become 40, 40 links to divorce, anxiety, past, unprocessed, all that fear, all the loss, you repressed it, it's coming up again. You're still trying to process it. Such reactions may also be a sign that the necessary process of mourning for the lost loved one is not yet complete. Yeah, so if these anniversary reactions do occur, that's code for you haven't mourned it. And you're trying to mourn it. It's coming up to you. It's coming up to you. You're trying to mourn it. Okay, next one. Again, okay, we have a huge thread on narcissism. Go to Kimberly Harding's book called You and the Narcissist, Alan Goldham's book called Trapped in the Mirror, and her sequel, Unloved Again. Narcissist's disorder derives, at least in part, from the parenting of a mother who feels oppressed, abandoned, whatever, and yet is likely to be all the more closely attached to him because she has no husband. Trying to figure out the language. Oh, it's French. Oh, it's French. Pretty sure that's French. See, if they're singing, right? If that were a copyrighted song with my old phone, I might pick it up and block it, right? Now, if there's any copyrighted music, you won't hear it, so there's not much of an issue now. Uh, Narcissus is also the child of a missing father. Narcissus is not able to separate himself from a fantasy construction that includes the self, mother, and imagined father. To be to be unable to separate self from parental images is to be unable to grow. Yeah, if he's still fused with the mother, if he is the mother, he can't grow. He's got to unblend from the mother. Narcissus is blended with the mother. He's trapped in the mirror. It's just one, right? This usually comes about if the mother's depressed, um, clinging, demanding, needy, no father around. The mother parentifies the baby. She uses the baby as a source of supply. The mother makes the baby so she can find herself. Quote, I made you to find me. And Sexton, 1960, a line from a well-known poet named Anne Sexton. I don't know her too much, but too well. She has a line in there where the mother said to the daughter, sorry, daughter, I made you to find me. I didn't love you. I didn't see you. I ignored you. I made you to find me. I didn't know who I was. I didn't get love from my mother. I thought if I had you, I could brainwash you, condition you to take care of me. I made you. I had you specifically so I could find myself. You're going to be the secure base for me. You're going to be the stable presence for me to find myself. You're going to be like a teddy bear for me. I'm going to cling to you for comfort so I can find myself. That was very brave of the poet to offer this line because very few mothers apologize for their behavior. Enter the Twilight Zone episode, One Life Furnished in Poverty. Oh, that's a good one, a very good one. I mean, one of the best closing narrations from the Twilight Zone is from that one there, One Life Furnished in Poverty. Listen to the closing narration. So it's another time travel one. The guy came from a dysfunctional home, very painful home. Okay, quote, isn't it bittersweet that this man is still trying to please his mother and believes the things he believed back then when he was traumatized? Isn't it bittersweet like that? Okay, so let's say this poor guy can phone his mother. Will he get the truth? Will she apologize? Will she confess? Not a chance. 99% mothers will not apologize. They will not say, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, I didn't meet your needs. They'll do the opposite. They'll guilt trip you for even implying that she wasn't a perfect mother because she had to be the center. She had to be the star. She had to be number one, like mirror, mirror on the wall. She had to be the center. So if the son confronts the mother, um, I didn't like it when you did that. How dare you? Blasphemy. Ungrateful kid. After all, and she'll do the guilt trip. She'll do the usual guilt trip manipulation. She knows how to pour salt on your wounds. She knows how to push your buttons because, hey, she sewed them on. Okay, there's a cartoon. Mothers know how to push your buttons because, hey, she sewed them on. So if a fellow confronts the mother with this, she'll just attack you and push your buttons. She doesn't have the beingness. She doesn't have the beingness to apologize. She can't apologize. So maybe we can do a survey. Is there anybody on the planet has Does anybody know of anybody on the planet who received a phone call from the mother giving a genuine, heartfelt, regretful apology for her behavior onto the child when she had the child? Not a chance. Well, I mean, a one in a million kind of thing. So that's the deep narcissism. That's how entrenched this trapped in the mirror is, kind of thing. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe there are some apologies, but but if the mother's pushed to it, she'll twist the apology in a shaming way. She'll shame it to have the effect of shaming. She'll do a mocking apology. It won't be like a genuine apology. A genuine apology includes specifics that she did. She names the very detailed specifics that she feels badly about. Um, and she's very sorry about that, and she feels badly for those things she did, and she wish she could. If she had to do over, she wouldn't do that kind of thing. Or how, or what can she do to make up for it? Like, how can she make amends? What can she do, kind of thing. Same with the father. It's not going to happen with the father. Okay, so back to the closing narration. Okay, so let's say your parents are not around, and you can't talk to them on the phone. And let's say there were a time machine, hence the episode. And you go back on a time machine, poof, and you go back to the childhood time, and you see your childhood home. You see yourself, your younger you see yourself relating to your parents, and you, the older you interact with you and your parents, and you get to know and you see really what took place. Then you observe how you as a child decided things. You decided things during that household time. So in that sense, you're the master of your fate because you decided these things. If you can appreciate this phenomena, this great truth, it can lead to freeing you from a great burden, a useless burden, dead cargo from the twilight zone. Okay, I didn't perfectly recite it, but if you look up "One Life Furnished in Poverty" closing narration, not one of their better episodes, but it's got one of the best closing narrations. That one there. Where was that? Yeah, so Robert Bly calls this getting the key out from under mother's pillow from the Iron John story. So that's the secret. Right? Under mother's pillow, dark, shadow, repressed, unknown. The key is there. The secret is there. Mother used the baby to meet her needs. That's a secret key, dark, shadow, secret like that. So you call the parent, mother, give me the key. He says, you got to kind of grab it. You got to like push it and come on, tell me the truth here. Call out her flammery. Call out her BS. Call out her rationalization excuses. Kind of be persistent maybe. But she'll overpower you. But no, she'll know where your sore spots are. She'll pour salt on it. God damn it, right? So she did it again. So you gotta fight with her a little bit, I guess. Come on, tell me the truth. No more excuses. Um, Soul searching here. Play Glenn Fry's song "Soul Searching." No more excuses. Come on, mother. No more excuses. No more lies. Yeah. Tell me the truth. Admit it. Tell me the truth. Recognize that your behavior hurt me. Uh, can you recognize it? How dare you? You hurt me by saying that. You insulted me. Narcissistic injury. Because she thinks you're there to admire her, make her the center. She can't make you the center. Remember, in Snow White, there's no mirror for the child. The mirror belongs to the mother. The only mirror you see is her mirror with her mother, and she's trapped in her mirror. Who's the greatest? She doesn't. There's no mirroring function. There's no motherly mirroring for the child. You see, so there's no. Okay. Okay, one more here. Okay, Janov. This is a Janov quote. This is from his final book just before he passed away. He wrote a book about the cult thing. So these charismatic, destructive leaders in the guise of saviors are deprived individuals who are also looking for fulfillment of past need symbolically in the present. So he wants all these fools to supply him, give him money, feed him, take care of him, make him the center. He's the center, admire him. So he's looking for mirroring from all the duped people. He finds lonely people, says, "Oh, I can save you. Give me your money. Admire me, attend to me, see me." So these leaders like that, they're desperate for that. So their mind is intuitive to how to fool people. Okay. These charismatic, destructive leaders in the guise of saviors are deprived individuals who are also looking for fulfillment of past needs symbolically. So he'll say, "Oh, your needs didn't get met, I'll meet your needs. I'll be the good parent for you." No, he twisted it. "You be the good parent for me," but he doesn't tell him that. So the thing he's offering, that's the thing he's stealing from you, kind of thing. Most most of these characters have changed their names. You don't even know the real name, right? This act in itself is a metaphor for the individual's attempt to escape from a painful past. See, the BS is, "Oh, I'm a new person, I need a new name." No, that's BS, more BS. The New Age people say, "Ah, I'm going to call myself da 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 da, nanda, and some ancient name or something." Um, so they're escaping from their painful past. They haven't mourned. They haven't mourned. There's no need to change your name. Just mourn. But if it's too painful to know your past, well, make a new name. That's repressing. You're being asked like this. So most of these cult leaders have fake names. Rarely, if ever, will you find a totally loved individual in a cult. Yeah, no way, right? No way. It's patronizing. It's demeaning. Why would a healthy person? Um, okay, hold on a sec. I'm tempted to go to the main lobby. Okay, let's see. I gotta fold up my chair then. See, it's a holiday, so this is the first time I've sat here because it's a holiday. It's not too busy here. The relationship between leader and follower is a mutually dependent, mutually parasitic one. Sometimes these cults are fascistic in their social organization, he says here. So he lists a lot. If you read his book called Beyond Belief, some of these cults he describes, they're shocking. You can't believe it. Um, so I think he's coming from that point of view. The narcissist has to re-experience. Okay, so what does this quote unquote cult leader need to do? Well, he as a narcissist has to re-experience all the neglect that made him constantly self-referent in the first place. This self-reference is the hallmark of narcissism. He's always the center. It's got to be about him. Don't question him. And yeah, some of these cult leaders, if I remember correctly, he wants a bunch of flying monkeys around. Now the flying monkeys monitor the group, and if anyone criticizes them, the flying monkeys attack them. Okay? Don't criticize, that kind of thing. Now we're not talking about healthy leaders who kind of hold everybody in a healthy way. He's not healthy leader's not parasitic or something like that, right? I mean, there's a question mark for me because all these lonely, traumatized people with no help, where are they going to go? It's some kind of container, right? Even though it's parasitic, they do feel safe in a container. They do silly little things, but they feel together. They feel safe. They got a symbolic parent there, even though he's siphoning them. Now, the followers are meant to interpret this. What they've recreated is for them to know what happened with their mother. So they find a copy of the mother. In other words, the cult leader is a carbon parental copy of the mother. The mother was a cult leader, put it that way, to the child. He forgot it. So find a current symbolic version of the mother and you re-experience it. Now interpret it. And what the person's experiencing now that's brought up to know how you felt with the mother in the past. Then you can be free. That's getting on the right path. Back to Janov here. As the novelist put it, when you get on the wrong train, every stop you make is the wrong one. We are prisoners of our childhood, reacting to realities that no longer exist, or more accurately, recreating old realities. So the old reality was the follower of the group, okay, that the mother was narcissistic. That's the old reality. So you recreate it. Now, this train is the wrong stop. It can be the right stop if you're aware of it. If you're not aware of it, it's the wrong train. It's the wrong stop. Every stop is the when you're on the wrong train, every stop is the wrong stop. So you want to uplift it to the right train where you reflect on it and interpret this that the present is a reflection of the inner state. As above, so below. The outer is a reflection of the inner state. If somebody's in one of these cultish things, that's a reflection that their memories as a baby inside the inner state is that as a baby, the mother was a cult leader, a charismatic, powerful, demanding, destructive woman. The mother was like a cult leader, a damaging, hurtful cult leader. But that's forgotten. So you recreate it in the present. That's a reflection of the inner state of your memory, as above, so below, kind of thing. How are we doing here? Let's check the time here. I did get an early start. I got an early start today. It's 4:42. It's kind of expensive to buy these drinks in the lobby. My God, it's like you can buy three encyclopedias for one coffee in there, right? Kind of thing. Maybe I can try back outside. Yeah, I can go back outside. Yeah. I've got the chair here. Okay, let's go back outside for a little while. Light as a feather. What a great chair. Light as a feather. This thing. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, theoretically, I could sit in here. Oh, look at this. I can sit in one of these. People there. Let me just take a peek. Let's see how ridiculous the price is. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is pretty pricey. Okay, let's go out. I can sit here for a minute. Okay, let's just relax for a minute. Why does nobody have comfortable chairs? Why doesn't anybody have comfortable chairs? Sorry. Oh, I stand corrected. Now there's a group just in front of me. Okay, let's get going. All right. Is that the same dog? Hi. Can I take a picture of your dog? It's okay? Yeah. Hey, dog. Here, boy. Okay. Okay, let's spend a few minutes here. Okay, so your mission, should you choose to accept it, and of course, offered or submitted for your approval, is to spend 10 minutes a day with these quotes. Maybe read, for example, maybe read 10 quotes and pluck out one and use it as a springboard, a prompt to free associate with. And you ask yourself, what does this quote remind me of? What does it suggest to me? What does this quote make me think of? And just see what comes up freely. Now, when a feeling comes up, validate your feeling. I must have a very good reason for feeling this. What's the hardest thing about this feeling? And see what comes up. Now, if you get a dream by this, or any dream you get in general, any dream, same thing. You take the dream sequence and treat that as a letter from you to you, a letter from your soul to you, telling you it's like this in your soul today. Thank you, soul. It's like this in my soul today. Thank you, soul. You take the dream snippet, sequence, whatever you remember, and do the same thing. What does this dream element scene remind me of? And do the same kind of thing. And this is like a daily recurring kind of thing to make the unconscious conscious, unconscious conscious. The duck swims in the water, unconscious. Walk, land, fly in the air, make it conscious, unconscious conscious. That's sort of the main bread and butter, nuts and bolts of the working through, suffering through process. That's when you see the gang riding the broccoli boat and inside out too, just free associating down the stream of consciousness called free association. They called it the stream of consciousness in that film. Now again, you don't see Baba Yaga. Oh, there's one of the cats. Can we get? I don't know this cat. This is a new one, so I don't know how friendly this one's gonna be. I don't know if we can get him. Let's see. He's a. Yeah, this is a new one for me. Let's. He seems to have a collar on, right? Okay, I got a feeling I won't be able to pick him up. I'd love to just hold him and show him in the camera, kind of thing. Cat and mouse. Maybe he's looking for a mouse. Um, it's okay, that episode. It's not in the top 10, but it's sort of maybe in the top 20, I guess. Top 30, maybe. Somewhere in there. Okay, so that's, yeah, free association, dream interpretation. It's the ongoing effort to make the unconscious conscious. That's building the boat. That's building the Jane mind. That's building the both and mind. That's like a container, a basket, and maybe there'll be an egg, and then the new potential, the new birth, like that. Okay, now you don't, as just mentioned, you don't see Baba Yaga in Inside Out 2, but Baba Yaga appears. Oh, you're riding the boat here, are you? You want to get to the back of the mind to release all those repressed feelings. You want to be free from the past. You want your life force to be the present. You want to deconfect your life force that's stuck in the past with the thorn in the past. You want it to be free. Oh, do you? Baba Yaga says, can you show me both and thinking? Can you show me both and thinking? So she's the gatekeeper like that. You don't heal with either or stuff, jungle slogan stuff, advert prejudice. You don't heal with that stuff. She got. Can you show both and? Okay, so if you do that, the next one, divide the seeds. The third one seems to be about um, the study of defense mechanisms. That's the trickster energy. Okay, the rat. So if the rabbit is like sometimes the rabbit is a symbol for the trickstery energy, jumps around or something. The rabbit. So that's defense mechanisms. Defense mechanisms, a little trickstery like that. So you study defense mechanisms. Okay, so in the fairy tale, um, you find the rabbit, and it turns out that infused in the rabbit, inside the rabbit, is the spirit of the duck. Now, the duck we just mentioned, underwater, flies in the air. So when you study the defense mechanisms, you're making the unconscious conscious like the duck. Then there could be an egg, new potential. And in one version, you eat the egg. That means you accept the new potential. You reclaim the new potential. In fairy tales, when they eat, it's like you're making yours again. It's yours again. It was yours. You lost. You get it back, kind of thing. So you're going to accept this new potential, this new egg, this new rebirth, this new uh, reclamation of yourself, reconciliation with yourself, healing of yourself. This newness coming back to you. Um, that's the egg one. And one variation is the firebird appears. You hop in the back of the firebird, ride the firebird. The I mentioned the seeds one. Now about the unconscious skill. Okay, that was what that took me 1 hour to run through the unconscious skill. So that's for the yesterday's video. So can I refer you to yesterday's video done at this very venue, late at night, very late at night. The visual isn't so great. Um, the nighttime, my camera does this odd adjusting with the lights, so the coloring didn't look too good. But anyways, just focus on the discussion, I would think. That was the 1 hour. So we talked about the Franz Kafka story, the trial. Okay, we talked about um, the Twilight Zone episode, the Shadow Play one, about the recurring Groundhog Day loop. He's always guilty in the courtroom, that one. So that's a huge one, to face this debt, this due, this guilt. You got to face that issue. Okay, someday, Monday, wound, someday, the days of the week. Someday, Monday, Tuesday, wound day, thorn day, free day, shadow day. I wonder if I'll be able to do these videos once the holiday's over, beginning next week. If I'll be able, or have to go back to the old places. That's too bad about the music. Son of a gun. Oh yeah, I gotta get the cord. It might just be a cord issue. I'm wondering. Oh wait a minute. If I plug it in at home, it charges. But when I plug it in here, it doesn't charge for some reason. But the outlet works. The light works. The lamp works. Otherwise, I'd play Jane. Okay, the other core task is to notice your pattern, when it began, and to see here and now live examples of it. So you've got this recurring problem or pattern. When did it begin, do you think? And see if you can find an example of that in the here and now. So enter the film I Love Huckabees, a silly comedy kind of thing. But there was a key scene in there where the shrink said to the Albert, "You've got this problem in your life. You betray yourself. Mother betrayed you. You betray yourself. You self-sabotage because mother self-sabotaged you." So they took him to his home. And you learned it here. Here's the source point. Here's where you learn to betray yourself. Your mother betrayed you. And you have this pattern of betraying yourself. You learned it here. And that's why you encrypt the truth. In the present, he has in the current, he can't say the truth because he's betraying himself. He's lying to himself. He's deceiving himself. He's betraying himself. When you're self-sabotaging, you're betraying yourself. Your mother betrayed you. You have a pattern of betraying yourself. That's loyalty to the mother. Dysfunction means loyalty to the mother. Still believing the big lie that if you save her, she'll love you. But no baby can save her, hence the big lie idea. I play Rick Emmett. Oh, he's really he's afraid of people, this one. The regular stray cats, they're very friendly they're very approachable. These new ones I've seen lately, they're very jumpy, they're very jittery. Oh, I freaked out the guard. Oh, jeez. He's pretty jittery, huh? I was just trying to get the cat in. Can I take? Let me see if I can. Um, let me just try it this way. Let's see that experiment. Is it okay like this? I don't mean to be too. It's more respectful to sit straight, but let me try this for a few minutes. As one novelist put it, when you get on the wrong train, every stop you make is the wrong one. We are prisoners of childhood. Okay, that's a tribute to. He's deliberately giving a tribute to Alice Miller. That's one of her books. That's one of her books is entitled that, Prisoners of Childhood. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, says Bob Marley. We're prisoners of childhood. We haven't left that psychic house. Isn't it bittersweet? We are prisoners of our childhood, reacting to realities that no longer exist. Bittersweet. Or more accurately, recreating old realities over and over again because we're stuck there in the timelessness of that trauma. One more here. Much of what you believe is related to unconscious imprints that often sabotage even your best efforts at success. So you may have a conscious wish, good luck kind of thing. If you're not aware of your imprint, your conscious wish uh, will have minimal effect on the push and the pull and the constraint and the compulsion of the imprint. So if the imprint, for example, is your mother and father were your role models of a relationship, and you learned it like a training film as a child, and you haven't left that house, your parents were fighting with each other. Your understanding of relationships are from them. So you're going to play one parent and find someone else to play the other parent, a compulsion. So a woman, back to the Anne Teachworth, she had a line there about a woman who very strongly decided that consciously, no way, shape, or form will she marry a man that's like her mother. She read her books, she felt it, she understood it. No way, no way. But the imprint is she's going to role model after her father. So she'll choose how he chose. He chose that woman, her mother. So she'll marry a man how he chose. So she ends up with the man with her mother's personality. There she is. She did it again and again. And she did it 4 times. She said, how is it? Uh, it's the same old thing. Why is this happening? And so she went to Miss Teachworth and said, well, you're only choosing how your father chose. He's your role model. That's why you end up with it. You got to be kidding. So without awareness of the imprint, the compulsion is the unconscious decides. You don't decide. The conscious you doesn't decide. The conscious you can only decide to whatever degree you're aware of the unconscious. But if you're unaware of the unconscious imprint, that's what makes you decide. So she had this compulsion where she'd be only attracted, only excited or aroused or interested in a man who's like the mother, because she's recreating the outer as a reflection of the inner state. The inner state is she'll play the father's side and find a man to play the mother's side. Much of what you believe is related to unconscious imprints, which often sabotage even your best efforts at success. When you can see your imprints as something you learned it, and not a part of your original self, you will be positioned to more easily and gracefully rework these imprints. Okay, back to Miss Teachworth. So you do the 3 chair exercise where you role play healthy parents. You role play and imagine you being the healthy father you wish you had, the healthy mother you wish you had. And with 2 chairs, you play those two. So you role play your parents healthily solving their problems, healthily deciding things, playing playfully, making I statements together, being nice to each other, affectionate to each other, playful to each other, warm to each other, communicative to each other. You role play the kind of parents you wish you had. That's trying to create like a new precedent to refer to in your mind. It's just it's just illusionary, positive fake memories. But if you do it again and again, and the partner does it on his end, they may be nicer to each other because now the outer reflects this newer inner state. So you got to first create this newer inner state, and the outer will reflect that. But you got to have this newer alternative inner state. That's called the 3 chair exercise, described in a book called Why We Pick the Mates We Do by Ann Teachworth. Very good book. Highly recommend that book, Why We Pick the Mates We Do. Unloved Again by Alan Golem, another good one to choose. Janov for sure. Any Janov books except the first one. The older the better. Okay, Eric Berne, he says you want to close the freak show and put on a better one for the road. Okay, this freak show, what he calls it the absurd man, being absurd. Well, one guy calls it that, Mr. Candace or something. It's absurd, right? To constantly think that a pint of ice cream and a bottle of wine can be mother's sweetness and spirit of the past. It's kind of absurd. Okay, so symbolic acting out. Okay, that's there because the real needs weren't met. Life innately strives for completion, innate drive for healing. Repetition compulsion, i.e., the compulsion to repeat painful experiences, which one has not learned to overcome or live with. Okay, the infatuation is an example of it. Okay, her line is love is at second sight. So the first sight, just one look, first sight, love at first sight. Love that's not love, that's transference love, the infatuation. Somebody in the present reminds you of the past, the blissful feeling you had in the past, you transfer the person to the present and those feelings for the past, but you transfer that's transference love. You don't even know the person. Now if you pull back the screen, if you pull back this overlay and get to know the person in the present for who they are in the present, from that second sight, love can begin at second sight. So love begins at second sight, not the first sight. And this infatuation, puppy love stuff, okay, that's not mutual love. So our linked songs on this topic are Love Sick by Rick Santers, Love Sick, a great song, I think. What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers, and Love Leads to Madness sung by Dan McCafferty and his group. Anniversary Reaction. Yeah, songs will do it. If you hear a song you haven't heard in decades, it might bring up something. If by chance that song is associated to a loss, I imagine, like being in a park, if things are like having a picnic, and let's say you had picnics as a kid, and you haven't really had many picnics in decades. And decades later, you go on a picnic, you might remember um, uh, those times back then and how you lost the chance to have picnics. So let's say as a kid you had picnics, but you lost your dog and you forgot it. 3 decades later, you're having a picnic again, but you feel anxious and you don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. 30 years ago, I was in the park and that's when Rover ran away. Okay, what about the cult one here? That's a very hard book. The bulk of the book is lengthy descriptions and testimonials of survivors from these cults. So there's a lot of filler, unnecessary detail. But if you forgive him for that, the interpretations he gives about why these cults exist and how people are able to repress their feelings and how the pain makes them want to believe the lie. So they believe the lie, and the lie represses the pain of the truth. So somebody looking for narcissistic supply is aware of this, co-opts this for his supply needs. Oh, they're playing Three Dog. They're playing a cover of Three Dog Night in the background. Do we have any songs by that band? Three Dog. Oh, the dog. Three Dog Night. One is the lonely tenderness. So looking for tenderness. Narcissists cannot be tender. They're not tender. Don Juans and Pierre, they're not tender. There's a split between feelings and the survival instinct to reproduce and reject. The rejecting is psychology. The promiscuity is the limbic system of survival. So once again, the brain has three parts. The three in one brain, famous triune brain. Okay, the limbic stuff, that's the old stuff. It only cares about the instinct to reproduce and survive. That's it. Often nicknamed after cold-blooded creatures like chameleons and geckos and iguanas and lizards, and you name it. Dinosaur. Oh my God. I don't know if this is a joke. This might be a joke, but somebody thinks that birds have a lot in common with dinosaurs. Warm blooded, feathers. They have feathers, they fly, warm blooded. Are they dinosaurs? It must be a joke. But one person seems to entertain the idea that birds are actually little dinosaurs. Oh, talk about dinosaurs. They have a they have a dinosaur thing for the kids here. How can a little bird be the same as one of these massive things? T Rex. Well, that T-Rex looks like a bird. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, T-Rex looks like a bird, right? Yeah, I have a hard time linking these huge creatures. Oh, there's a bird. Yeah, okay. There's the big blue one in there. Oh, there's another one. Kentrosaurus. Oh, look at that massive one. No way. Brachiosaurus. No way. That's not a bird. Yeah, that's not a bird. Look at that big blue one there. How do you compare a little Tweety bird with that thing? I don't know. So there's a dinosaur in front of me right there. If he's right, there's a dinosaur, a little mini 5 inch. Oh, okay. What about tomorrow? Let's see. What's tomorrow? Okay, yeah, okay. So we got repetition compulsion. In German, the word in German for repetition compulsion is Wiederholungswang. 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 Is that right? I'm just guessing here. Repetition compulsion. Wiederholungswang. Repetition compulsion. So it first was in German, translated into English. Repetition compulsion. So we'll do these tomorrow here. One from Anthony's store. What has been rejected tends not only to persist and repeat itself in its infantile form, but also to demand recognition in the form of symptoms. Rejected parts of the personality are like children clamoring to be let into a room. They will continue to cause a disturbance until they are admitted. It is as if even the most infantile aspects of the personality, the aspects of which we should most like to rid ourselves, were endowed with a dynamic energy which demanded that they too should seek expression. Personality ultimately seeks realization as a whole, and however much the ego may seek to reject that which it finds hard to tolerate, the rejected parts will make their appearance somewhere, whether as symptoms or as projections onto other people. The final aim is the realization of the total personality. Yeah, so you can repress, okay, the memory that your mother rejected you and failed you. It'll try to come out to you. It's going to reveal itself through symptoms or through prejudice or dysfunctional behavior or blaming others, saying others are bad. It's coming out through projection That's acting out, coming out through acting in. The body bears the burden now, or both. So psychosomatic symptoms are you as a baby still crying and mother crying, I'm in pain, crying, I'm in pain. So it just went detoured underground to the body, and the body bears the burden. Overloaded pain. The pain of the psychosomatic symptom reveals and conceals the original cry and scream to the mother. So in the beginning, the baby relationally communicated his distress to his mother. So it was like two people, baby mother. Mother, my needs were not met. I'm distressed. I'm in pain. I'm angry. My needs were not met. I'm communicating to you that my needs were not met. Feelings and needs are linked. Unmet needs lead to unpleasant feelings. Mother, I have very unpleasant feelings here. Mother gaslights the baby, double binds the baby. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't blame me, baby. Leave me alone, baby. What does he do with those feelings? Well, as a baby, they're going to go inward. They're going to find some organ. The organ's going to be flooded with this stress, this energy. At some point, maybe in midlife, the organ goes kaput. There's a pain there. That pain is the continuous crying scream to the mother back in the nursery. It just took a detour. It just went through a detour. Okay, the image is called conversion, water to ice. So just as how water can convert to ice, like an ice cube, all the feelings um, that can't flow anymore, stuck in the organ, and the organ is hardened, and there's a pain like an ice cube, water to organ, called conversion. Psychosomatic symptoms. So it's still trying to get your attention. So a lot of medical doctors said they felt badly playing whack-a-mole with people's symptoms. And they said, wait a minute, these are emotional communications here. This is seeking recognition here. We can't just pill it away, operate it away. Sometimes you have to, I guess, but um, it's too late by then, right? But ideally, you before that happens, you want to talk about it, right? So these doctors went to the shrinker school supervisor, shrinker man supervisor. Teach me about the talking cure. So most of these quotes do come from medical doctors. Close to 90%. I don't know. Maybe that's too high. Maybe 80 to 90%. Let's just say 80. So let's say 80% of these quotes come from medical doctors who then specialized in the talking cure. Like people like Masterson and Bergler and Karen Horney, Margaret Muller, Karen Horney is an exception, yeah, Karen Horney. Janov has a PhD. But somebody like her, she's a medical doctor, right? Eric Berne's a medical doctor. These other ones, I don't know. So we only include quotes from analytically minded authors, whether they're a doctor or not. Uh, and now there's a nice breeze. Now it's funny. Now there's a comfortable breeze here. Oh, there's a dinosaur, about this big. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not even sure if it was a joke or if he was serious. Warm-blooded. They fly with feathers and they're warm-blooded. Isn't that a dinosaur? Aren't birds the same like dinosaurs? It's kind of amazing. Eh? Okay, where are we here? Either I take a break and do another round, or just start to wind down here. Let's see. What time is it? 5:25. Okay, okay. Let's start to wind down here. Normally, I'd like to play some songs at this point. I'd love to play the theme song to Mission Impossible, and then while that theme song is playing, that very energizing, kind of exciting song, uh, okay, your mission. Okay, so read 10 and pick one, free associate with it, and get the encyclopedia through the link. Another mission might be to watch those um, 6 Twilight Zone episodes mentioned: Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, Gabe's Story, Take My False Life Please, Memphis, Saturday, and To See the Invisible Man. Now, as a bonus, watch Nick of Time in reference to Gabe's Story, and watch the gloomy, for, nervous man in a $4 room, uh, linked to Saturday. Okay, and then Forbidden Planet, and then the follow-up, Requiem for Methuselah, Star Trek Season 3 of the original. You don't hear it, but they're still playing. They're playing Christmas jingles in the park speaker beside me here. It's January. Huh? It's over. Come on. You know, the mall here, they sometimes play Charlene's song. She's like a one-hit wonder kind of thing, called "I've Never Been to Me." So she's a playgirl, the protagonist in the song. She's a Donna Juana. She's a playgirl, a femme fatale or something. So she traveled the world and all this, been to all these places, but she's never been to me, she said. So late in life, she became a bitter hag or whatever, I don't know, ugly. So she found a younger version of her, a 20-year-old or something. And she was on the verge of becoming a playgirl. She said, hold the phone here. I'm not listening to you. No, no, listen to me. I used to be a playgirl just like you. Hear me out here. Give me 3 minutes, okay? Okay, fine, fine. I'll give you 3 minutes. And that's the song. And look, I've done this, I've done that, but I've never been to me. And look what happened to me. Was it worth it to be in this timeless hypnosis of alluring men and dumping them? Yes, every morning I got to crate a papaya. Okay, play the song. Of, Steve Miller, Steve Miller band. What's that called again? Jungle Love, Jungle Love. So she was doing the Jungle Love thing. So in Jungle Love, it's a similar idea. Okay, another one is Ace of Base. All that she wants is another fling. And the next morning she gets a gift, a crate of papaya. So she said she has a pile of papayas at her door. So what? She's never been to me. She's never been to herself. She never married. She never loved. She never had affection. She never had tenderness. She only had the buzz of uh, the addictive buzz of rejecting men. So she allured them and rejected them again and again, like a Don Juan, like a Peer Gynt. So, lady, young lady, you've already got a family. Just see a counselor, and you can heal. You can heal what you're going through. Divorce won't help. Your inner conflicts will follow you everywhere you go. Face your inner conflicts. Save your marriage. You've got something already. And the bitter the old Donna Juana um, said, "Yeah, I never had a marriage or love or affection. Um, I've never been to me." So she was a constant tourist to herself, estranged to herself, alienated from herself. Her whole life, Snow White was in a coffin. Rapunzel still in the tower. Golden Ball still down the well. Joy and sadness still exiled. Echo still a statue. So her soul is echo. The statue turns to stone. So she didn't feel, didn't love, didn't really enjoy the present. Just was in this addictive compulsion to be the mother and treat others the way she was treated, and then hate the ones she dumps. And she's addicted. So she spent her whole life in a hypnotic addiction called the little white flower, the narcissus flower. It's ingenious that it was identified that this psychology, let's call it after the flower, because that flower gives people illusions and delirium, whatever. It's addictive. That flower apparently is a narcotic. They said narcao or something. And narcissism is that blissful feeling of being one with your mother. Babies are in a blissful feeling. Normally they get out of it, but if you're stuck there and you recreate it in the present, now you're feeling what you felt back then. Now you're addicted to it because of the repetition compulsion. You're going to get that Faustian benefit, quote unquote benefit. So it's too alluring. So people with narcissism, bully pattern, egoism, they almost never seek therapy. Why? They're too busy. Um, they're too excited. They're too happy. They're too not happy. They're too pathologically happy. And he was saying, midlife is midlife crisis is not so bad a thing because the midlife crisis initiates you to the second journey of midlife. It initiates you to get back your beingness, so you no longer feel like a constant tourist to yourself. You no longer feel alienated from yourself, stranger to yourself. How are we doing here? So what's the new? Okay, I'm missing. Yeah, because of my phone, I can't dig up the new Snow White quotes. So the poison apple, part of it might be the mother is is too stressed, too much cortisol in the breast milk, or with the force feeding, the baby's barfing, he's toxic like that. What's it, the corset one, the laces one? I'm guessing about that one. Maybe that's the pressure of the coming out of the canal, feeling that pressure like that. The comb one, I'm not sure about the comb one yet, but it's linked to the hair like thoughts from the head. Mother's okay, giving bad thoughts to the child. That's the poison comb. And then the poison apple, that's the bad feeding. And then the birthing one was the first one was the lace one, so that's like the birthing one, right? And then the bad ideas by the mother, and the bad feeding by the mother. In the original fairy tales, they didn't say stepmother, they just said it's the mother. Then finally it got updated. All right, let's say the mother was good in the uterus, but at birth, betrayal, okay, mother, poof, baby sees the mother as a wicked witch. But it's the same woman, it's the same mother. So that's why in fairy tales there's no good mother. So they say the mother died, the missing father married another woman, he's not around. So it's just the stepmother, the mother, and the daughter. Oh, seriously? Oh, geez, not this song again. It's kind of a little bit tiring to hear these old kind of songs. Last time I was here, they played a harmonica version of "Wade on the Water." That was a nice surprise. Our soundtrack, we've got songs from all around the world. Recently from Brazil, Deliristics cover of Carry On Wayward Son, and a band called Karu Bera. Forgot the title. One second. Two days ago, we played Ili Sapi's song called So You Say. Sorry, uh, the band Taima has a song called So You Say, and the lead singer was Ili Sapi. So you say, so they say. So the shrieks say. The dwarfs is kind of like, so the force is the unconscious. So she goes to the unconscious. All the animals and the deer and the squirrels and the birds and the dwarfs, that's kind of like they're very grounded, earthy kind of people. So it's kind of like linked to your getting inwardly, looking for inner resources, mindfulness, like inward connection, connecting with yourself, your earthiness, your body kind of self like that. Somebody thinks the seven dwarfs are the seven chakras. I don't know about that. The seven energies in the body, the seven chakras, seven doors. I don't know about that part, but so might be. Who knows? But one point was the dwarfs were miners. The miners, that's key because you're going into the ground, bringing up the treasures. So at midlife, you're doing that. You're trying to make the unconscious conscious, bring up the treasures that's repressed and bring it up. So we're like within, like little, we're mining within like that. So the miners are the personifications of how we are trying to mine up our gold, mine up our gems and lost traits, and bring it up like that. So we're like miners in a way. So those miners are just like within us, our efforts to bring up the stuff. So you need characters to bring it up, called the miners, the dwarfs, like that. And the birds, so they're the dinosaurs, right? The birds might be messengers, that they might give you messages. Okay, so again, the prince just means when you after the self-reflection and you heal, and now you can begin to do from the being, that moment where you can do from the being, that little kiss moment, that union moment, then you wake up. When you can now express your beingness, you wake up like that. If you can't express your beingness, uh, it's not waiting for some external person to come. So the prince is a symbol for the yang, okay, the act of doing. Snow White is the yin. So yeah, so female, male, right? Moon, sun, night, day, yin yang. But that bit about the one version of the glass box is we can see, so we can live in the world, but we feel a little emotionally we don't touch in the world. So we're a little emotionally detached, but we see in the world. But we're emotionally detached, like the glass wall. You can see through, but you can't feel through. So that's the pin in the collar. Okay, flat affect. You don't feel flat affect. Atimo Alexia, no feelings for your words. Alexithymia, no words for your feelings. How do you find words for your feelings if there's no feelings for words? So you don't feel. That's the glass wall, kind of thing. So Snow White's in a glass box. Our feelings are trapped in a glass box. So back to Charlene's song, I've never been to me. Maybe her whole life she never emotionally touched, connected with anyone. Another recent song we started playing is by the Pretenders, um, because we have a topic coming up on the as if personality, identity diffusion. You're always pretending, so we played the Pretenders song. Um, I'll stand by you, that one. About it, talk about anniversary reaction. About a year ago at this time, we played Till Tuesday, the song called Voices Carry. Voices Carry. Yeah, I'm feeling a little lazy and tired. I'm feeling tired and lazy today. So it's probably better if I just shut down this video here. Um, okay, and what else is coming up? Okay, that's 58. What's coming on? It's 59. What's 59 again? 59. Oh, the Sonoy. The Sonoy. So indigenous people, the indigenous nation, the Sonoy nation, the Sonoy people, it's routine for them to interpret their dreams in the morning. They treat it the same way how we need to brush our teeth every morning. They sit in a circle and talk about their dreams. So that's, I think, I'm pretty sure that's the Spellbound. There's a line in the film Spellbound that the shrink had two visitors. The shrink said to the two visitors, "Good night, visitors. Have a good sleep. Have a good dream, which we will analyze at breakfast. Sweet, sweet dreams, which we'll analyze at breakfast." So every morning, the Senui people, as part of their morning routine, each member would talk about their dreams, and everyone else would be a caring witness, validate, validate, presence, presence. Now you're making the unconscious conscious. It's like a hygiene. It's a mental hygiene, like dental hygiene, mental hygiene. So they were big into this. They were big, and not only the Senoi, there are a lot of dream culture, quote unquote dream cultures. A lot of people value dreams as messages from you to you. If your soul sends you a letter, don't you want to read it? If your own soul, okay, if Snow White or Rapunzel sends you a letter, or if the energy of the id beside him, sends you a letter. Sanford says, if a god, one of these mythological gods, if they send you a letter, don't you want to read it? If your own soul, if your own inner child of the past, wounded, sends you a letter, don't you want to read it? If you as a child, wounded in pain, sends you in the present a letter, don't you want to read? Are you going to throw away the letter? It's your own soul sending you a letter. Are you going to abandon, betray yourself again the way your mother betrayed you? Are you going to betray yourself? So don't. So that's it. There's the transition. You want to accept these letters. Your own inner child of the past will greatly appreciate um, that you received the letters. Thank you for sending me the letter. It's telling you the theme, it's telling you the pattern, it's telling you the emotions, telling you what it's like in your soul today. It's annoying. Oh, Interpretation means helping something unconscious to become conscious by naming it at the moment it is striving to break through. Okay, so we'll get to these ones here. Like a neurotic with a repetition compulsion, we watch. Okay, I'll save that one. So Edmund Burglar has the thing about why we have a repetition compulsion to watch crime stories and novels and all these, you know, uh, it's just constant stream of repetition compulsion of criminals on TV. Well, you don't want to know. You want to externalize and repress that you feel like an unconscious criminal, that your mother was a criminal, and you covered up her crime, and you're both criminals. And but you wish you could fight with her. You might be her. So when you watch TV, you might be the criminal. You might be the victim, fighting, looking for justice. This whole thing is externalized, repetition compulsion. Now, Bergler says when you watch these crime things, you want to link it to how you felt like an emotional criminal, emotional fugitive from the love that you seek. And the mother was a criminal. You might identify with her. So some people watch these crime shows, they kind of root for the criminal, and sometimes they root for the victim. Well, you're both within. So notice that. Repetition compulsion. The client who cannot remember an analysis reproduces his memories not in words, but in actions. He repeats his memories in action over and over again without knowing that he does so. The transference relationship becomes a vital arena for such repetitions. Thus, transference occupies an intermediary position between recall and acting. In view of the fact that each transference relationship carries in it the original themes of primary object love, the original modes of relationship between speech and action will become apparent. It may even be possible to pinpoint some of the developmental way stations when the child gave up trying to be heard and understood. Okay, dreams. Using dreams to their fullest advantage requires that the client be encouraged to free associate the dream elements. The client must be an active collaborator in dream interpretation in order to avoid a sense of speculation. Whenever possible, the client's own ideas should be sought so that he becomes familiar with unconscious mechanisms that are sometimes most clearly seen in dream material. Okay, and we got an ancient parable from 1,000 years ago about how some indigenous leader or philosopher or somebody like that had an analytic kind of appreciation. Oh, it's coming up. Okay, 59 and 60. Let's see, what's 60? Oh, okay, now we're getting to the as if. Okay, this is the as if one. Okay, Helen Deutsch, her famous 1942 paper entitled As If Personality. Some people think it's kind of a schizoid thing. Some people say it's just basically the false self. Some people, one guy calls it the quiet BPD. The quiet the quiet BPD. You got to be kidding. The BPD is too intense, dramatic. So I don't think it fits. It does seem to be a distinct kind of personality called the as if personality, identity diffusion. You're mirroring others because the child didn't get a place to internalize the mother. So he's constantly mirroring the mother. So he mirrors everybody. So he can read people's minds. No, sorry. He can be what others want them. So he mimics others, and he does it with the next person, the same thing. The next person with the same thing. So he's very chameleon like that, and you never know who he is, kind of thing. And he depends on doing that because where's that cat? Oh, that cat I showed you earlier. He climbed up a tree. those cats go? I was hoping to find a cat. Well, there's a gecko. Instead of a cat, can we get a? By the time I get there, the gecko will be gone. Cute, cute little geckos. How they crawl up the. Oh, there's two of them in there. Oh, they don't look too healthy, those geckos. They're usually darker green, right? Oh, here's one of the cats. Hey. He's one of the regulars, this one. Is he this? Is this the same one? Oh, I think he's one of the regulars. You want to say hello, stray cat? You have anything you want to say? Anything on your mind? You see something, don't you? Well, cat, what's on your mind? Okay, take care, cat. Good luck. See you next time, okay, cat? Okay, let's just close it up here. The most recent humorous kind of thing we have in our in our quotes is a proverb from ancient times, where somebody where somebody was describing somebody who didn't know what he was doing as being a person who ate a chicken leg. He ate a chicken leg, like one chicken leg. If he had two chicken legs, he'd know where he's going, like a chicken would need two legs to know where he's going. He only had one chicken leg, that guy. That means it's somebody who can't can't really move or know where he's going. Okay, let's finish it up here. Okay, once again, for the love of narrative medicine, I'll see you in the next video. Yeah, I would say a very good video was the one done videos ago. I think it's number 5, right? Whatever this is, um, not yesterday. Well, yesterday's okay, but the one before, I thought that was a strong video. Okay, let's close it up here. So thanks very much for the love of narrative medicine. We'll continue the journey to build the Jane mind. Jane mind. See you next time.